with a proposed award of contract if negotiations are successful.
Okay. We go on to, I think we're supposed to be at Young at Art.
Mayor?
Yes. Oh, yeah. So if we finish the agenda.
Mayor, yes, 58 and 63. So,
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor, you have one speaker on item number 63 and none registered on 58.
All right, so we'll take up item 58. Motion to discuss various board rules of procedure, including potential changes to the board rules to better manage the calling of special meetings, particularly during periods in which the board is scheduled to be in recess, ensuring that regard to 10 a.m. board meetings, a meeting break of at least 15 minutes occur no later than 1 p.m. for the benefit of staff, including the minutes secretary, using available tools, including pre-board meeting inquiries to enhance transparency and achieve greater efficiency in connection with board meetings. Commissioner Sharif.
I was trying not to be duplicative at this late hour, but Mayor Holness just read what I was going to say.
Okay.
So basically, the reason why I put this on is because serving as mayor, I think, gives you a different perspective as to what the preparation is behind the scenes for these types of meetings. And all summer long, we kept calling emergency workshops and meetings, and we did not give our staff adequate breaks. And I understand the importance of talking and communicating, but sometimes when we call it, like, for example, some of these items on this agenda take 10 people or 10 hours in a department to create. And so what I'm asking is that we just be mindful of the fact that staff, we have the same staff that work right now, that work all through emergencies, that work all through hurricane season. These are the same county staff that run the shelters when the hurricanes come. These are the same staff that prepare your board meeting agenda items. And we have a process that's been in place for many, many years that I think has fallen off somewhere, and it causes an enormous amount of discussion on this dais on items that don't need to be continuously discussed and expanded. It's called the pre-board meeting inquiry. And so if we use that tool appropriately, we could shorten these meetings. Additionally, we do not have to read every item because the items are published prior to this meeting weeks in advance. And the reason why they're published is so that the public who's interested in the item can educate themselves by reading the item and its backup material. So like, for example, for meetings like today, where we have 144 speakers, even at 2 minutes each and you're running the clock, that's 4.6 hours, okay? And we've been expanding these meetings by doing all of these things very inefficiently. And so I want to hear what the public has to say, but I can gander that by the time 501 gets here, we're going to have to cut that discussion off, and we're going to have to flip into our budget hearing. And I guess I'm just proffering some solutions to make these meetings more efficient, not just for us, but also for the public and for the staff. I think that many of the emergency workshops that we held this summer could have been skipped because we were communicating by phone. There's 9 of us, and ultimately, Ms. Henry has to do the emergency orders. And so when we continuously call these meetings and these things where we're not allowing staff to get off work to not have family time. For example, when we go so late, when we constantly keep extending the meetings, how many daycares are open right now? And when they were open, how many were open till 8 o'clock at night? I'm just asking for us to look at the old board rules that were in place and try to go back and regroup and try to get back on track. As far as the breaks, what we normally would do as a commission is, because we have minute secretaries and clerks that need breaks, we wouldn't go past the 12:30 mark on any given day. We would take our break for the allotted time. The people who clerk here need their breaks. They need bathroom breaks. You and I, we can get up the whole meeting and go to the bathroom and do what we have to do and talk and take phone calls and conduct the business that we have to conduct outside of here. But they gotta stay in the chair and continue to type. Thank you, Councilor Bogan. And for that, I'll shorten your time by 30 minutes today. You know, I put this item on just because I want to bring these things to your attention. I wasn't going to read my item because it's not necessary to read them, but we have expanded our meetings substantially, and it's not about me not wanting to sit here, because I'll sit here till 10 o'clock at night if it's necessary, or 12 o'clock at night at times when it's necessary. Well, tonight, we're going to be here all night. But I put this item on the agenda so you understand what's happening behind the scenes. And then to top it off, after we finish here, there is a rolling cart full of documents that you have to sit up and sign, and all those documents have to be signed by the appropriate department heads, the attorney's office, Bertha Henry. There's a lot that goes into this, so could you please use the pre-board meeting inquiry, shorten your statements on these items that we're doing on the meeting. If it's some questions that you have, put them in the PBMI. It's public information. You do not have to put those questions out from the dais and wait for 20 or 30 minutes to answer them. We have tools at our disposal. We need to use them. So that's my remarks today. Thank you.
Thank you. See no discussion. We'll move on to item 63, a motion to direct Office of the County Attorney to draft an ordinance amending the County Business Opportunity Act, Section 1-81 of the County Code of Ordinances, to exclude from the calculation of average annual gross receipt to be eligible for certification as a county business enterprise. Any amounts paid by a certified CB architectural firm directly to a subconsultant engineering firm pursuant to a contract with Broward County. I brought this on. You want to move it?
Move it. Question
on it.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak very briefly.
Hello?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak very briefly on this item.
Yeah, let me get the public. We have one speaker on this, Mr. Mario Cartaya. Would you unmute Mr. Cartaya, operator?
Sure, Maria, please go ahead.
Yes, hello and good afternoon to you all. Thank you, Mayor Holness and Broward County Commissioners, for allowing me to speak on this item. I am in favor of this item. It sets a new and fair process to calculate an architect's income. Architects like us not only provide architectural services, but additionally, we hire independent firms as subconsultants to provide a slew of services, including, but not limited to, structural engineering, mechanical engineering, electrical engineering, plumbing engineering, civil engineering, and landscape design. Many of these companies that we hire are CBE companies just like us. Many times, we additionally hire cost estimators, traffic engineers, acoustic engineers, and other individual companies as well, as required, depending on the complexities of the project, or in order to comply with a request from a specific county agency. Many of these companies are also CBE companies as us. We architects then bill for all of us, the architectural work and all the engineering work, and then after we get paid, then we pay the consultants from what we get. So therefore, they are a pass-through expense under all circumstances. This agenda allows for an equitable and fair interpretation of the architectural firm's income by deducting payments made to sub-consultants as a pass-through from the total fees received. I think it's fair. I think it shows what a company does earn that year, and is a good representation of the dollars that the architects keep versus the dollars that architects pass through to their engineers. So it's a good agenda item. I think it rectifies the situation, and it's the right thing to do. So thank you all for this minute, and I'll be here in case you have any again.
Thank you. We also use this as a way to determine a volume of work rotation for prime contractors. And it seems as if it's something fair. I have Commissioner Udine.
Thank you, Mayor. I support this item as well. I look forward to seeing the drafting, but when you mentioned the additional volume work, that kind of tagline into what I was saying. I don't know why we would limit this just to architects. If there's another discipline that does the same thing, it should be fairly and equally applied to all. If there are dollars that are just being used as a pass-through, that shouldn't kick somebody out or put anybody lower in line on any of this. But I'm going to support it and look forward to seeing the ordinance come back.
Thank you. Commissioner Ryan.
I support this item going forward, but, you know, this kind of, it's funny, this just came after, what is it, item 58 that Commissioner Sharif spoke to about having organized meetings. And, you know, and I know this is something that early on Commissioner Fisher was interested in on having, you know, some kind of a accepted protocol on what goes on the agenda. And, you know, my feeling is always supplemental items that go on the agenda, you don't have as much time to reflect and hear from all of the various sources that would be impacted on this. This just does not seem to me to be an item that should be on as a last-minute supplement item. The issue itself, I think, is a sound issue, but it would be nice to have this kind of item just come on in the next meeting. I'm going to support it, but just in a larger sense. I mean, I hope that the members will show, you know, some patience when you get an idea and somebody brings an idea to you. Put it on the next regular agenda rather than put it on as a supplement.
And this item is just to direct. That means you're going to see the item to discuss and have all the debate you want on it when it comes back.
Of course, but then it's gone one more step through the process.
Okay.
No, and I say, Mayor, you know, it's okay that every time somebody speaks, that you speak in response. That's all right. But then you've got to let the member that spoke come back and speak. Otherwise, I mean, the way it works in the Robert's Rules of Order is the chair introduces an item, the members speak, and the chair speaks last. So if you speak,
Which is what I've been
you know, but yes, but if you speak after multiple members, then you have to allow the reply. But again, it goes back to just, I said as a generic a matter of process, that items that are supplemental items should be something with a sense of urgency rather than just, you know, a policy change.
Okay. So
Don't forget me.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Gill. Vice Mayor Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Commissioner Ryan, by the way, and I try and avoid supplementals unless they are urgent, because as an example with this, and as we get through the motion to direct, I will ask the county attorney to look at another related item which may be included. I agree with this item. When it's a pass-through, it should not take them out of a CBE. I would also ask you, county attorney, as you're drafting, to look, my understanding is that when the county is awarding scoring in a presentation now for architect, engineering, and other work, that in addition to, and not as part of the CBE, that they look at the amount of work over the prior 5-year period, and if you can get 3, 2, 1 points based on the amount of work that you've done, and up to $10 million. A lot of that is also a pass-through. So I think that if we're looking at eliminating the pass-through dollars for people that are doing it, that should apply not only to the, in order to keep their CBE status, but also to help reward our Broward County local firms that may already be getting, of course, their local preference, but the smaller firms that may be doing more than the 3 million or 5, up to the 10 million. But again, if you're doing 10 million and 6 of that is pass-throughs, you're really only doing 4 million. So as you're drafting this for the CBE part, I would also ask you to also take a look about that in terms of the scoring for presentations, not just for CBE.
Mayor, can I move
Just
the
look at that and we can discuss it. Thank you.
I'll move the item.
It's a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Motion and a second. Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Now.
You can't avoid it any longer. We're done. Let's go.
Young at Art, I'm somewhat concerned about our minute secretary, though, if she's gonna be able to hold off until we break. Do you need a break right now, or you're okay? Good, thumbs up. Is that thumbs up? Thumbs up, okay. So,
Mayor, do we need to break
there's
it?
down, okay.
So there's an issue. The issue is that we switch over to a different system for the budget public hearing. Based on state law, we have to handle the budget public hearings differently from signing up to a specific item. You have to let anybody that wants to speak.
When is our hard stop on this now?
They need at 4:15.
4:15 is our hard stop?
Miss Sapera, am I correct? Is it 4:15?
Monica?
I'm getting verification. One moment, please.
At the
Mr.
end of
Mayor?
our first one, they need it.
Mr. Mayor, I just got confirmation from Margaret Stapleton that we have to hard break absolutely no later than 4:30.
4:30. So if I may, if we just get a couple of them and 4:30 we break, we come back at 5, and after we finish our budget here and we can see who's on the line and go through that. Is that okay, colleagues? Cool. Okay. We
Mayor,
okay?
I need to read a recusal.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Furr has a recruit.
You've opened the item already?
That's fine, you can go
Okay.
ahead.
My daughter is employed by Young at Art, but was recently furloughed due to the economic impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Young at Art could be impacted by this item. Therefore, I will be leaving the dais and not voting on item 55. I ask that the minutes of the meeting please reflect that I have abstained.
Okay. All right, so if we may, this is a motion to authorize county administrator to approve and execute a separation agreement and mutual release between Broward County and Young at Art of Broward Inc. We're gonna go,
need to say something as well.
Okay, go ahead. Commissioner Bogan has a statement.
This morning, I received that I took as threatening text and an email from both Zach Speckler and Jay Speckler. These texts and email contained allegations that are completely baseless and untrue. The email provided by Mr. Speckler tries to imply things that are untrue. In an abundance of caution, I informed the county attorney of the content of these texts and email. The county attorney this morning did an independent review, looked at everything, and based on the county attorney's advice, there's no basis for recusal. And based on the county attorney's advice, I will not be recusing myself.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to go ahead and if we can, operator, open the lines to Ms. Aji Papas, Alejandra Abad, Alexandra Snowden, Ali Shargo Speckler. Would you go ahead and open the line for those folks, please, ma'am? Operator.
Sure. Aji, please go ahead. Yes, hello.
Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yes, hello. This is Aggie Pappas from
Go
Pace
ahead.
Center for Girls, and thank you for this opportunity. Hello, everybody, and thank you. I'm honored to be able to speak on behalf of Young at Art. I am speaking really on behalf of our girls today and our staff who've received a lot of opportunity and a lot of many services from Young at Art and the staff of Young at Art. For those of you that may not know, they have been working with us for the last 15 years, providing art education both at the Young at Art Museum and at our center, where we provide services, education, counseling, and therapy to girls who are from the Broward County community, who are considered marginalized, who are considered traumatized, who are considered many things, but we also recognize them as girls of promise who thrive and do amazing when they're given an opportunity to explore the world of art, to see them use art to embrace the love of life and enjoy the profession of art, and to be able to explore opportunities as it comes to their environment, opportunities for work, opportunities for building their self-esteem. So whatever the decision is made today, I just wanted to speak on behalf of Pace Center for Girls and the wonderful opportunity had collaborating with Young at Art and being able to provide this valuable service to our girls. Art is a very important component of STEAM, and I hope that everybody can come to a consensus to help benefit the youth of our community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Alejandra Abad. Or Alexandra Snowden.
Hi, my name is Alejandra. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts. I am an artist and I'm also an educator. My education was supported by merit and awards, art scholarships, and fellowships. If it wasn't for Young at Art, I wouldn't be here. They opened the doors for me and for many others. It was an essential part for my formation. And you're taking this opportunity away from other people, other generations, and I'm very alarmed because Broward County is failing their children. Our future depends on how we treat our children. And how can you or anybody remove the only art museum for the children in Broward County? This pains me. It's to remove the legacy of education in the arts. It is an attack on the arts. You will be removing the teachers, the mentors, the volunteers, the artists in our community. You will be removing the safe space for the children. Young at Art Museum gives children direct access to critical thinking. Children can explore their creativity and develop their curiosity there. All of this is priceless. Broward has failed to recognize the importance of Young at Art and its cultural impact. to not recognize the importance of young at art, it is insane. No one here could ever repay the work of all the teachers, volunteers, and staff, and what they have done for the community. For example, my 7-year-old niece, whose both parents and sister are deaf, have a Young at Art museum, and she attended through a scholarship the camp, and she found a safe space to express herself. So this space gives people tools to overcome life's obstacles.
Thank you very much,
My niece
Alejandra.
is one of the many.
Thank you very much.
My niece is one of the many children.
Thank you, Alejandra. Great presentation. We go on to Alexandra Snowden.
I am not seeing Alexandra here on the line.
Okay, Ali Shagro Spector.
Ali, please go ahead.
And then Allison Berman
Yes.
and Allison Matterly. Go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, state your name, please.
Hi, I just wanted to start with a quote. Everybody in this meeting, all you commissioners, it was very nice to open up with Ruth Bader Ginsburg. And I wanted to open up with a quote where she said most of the time, even when she goes to sleep, I'm thinking about legal problems. But when she goes to the opera, she's just lost in it. And that is because Ruth Bader Ginsburg understood the value of the arts. She understood the value of the arts for, as a lawyer, for any, what creativity can do, no matter what profession you are in. Also, something else I wanted to correct is Commissioner Sharif said that we have weeks for the agenda, or the public has weeks for the agenda. This agenda with Young at Art's agenda number item was only published on Erev Rosh Hashanah, which gave Young at Art only the weekend of Rosh Hashanah to be able to get people to register. So that is incorrect information, and it was incorrect in informing that the public had time to register. You guys only updated your agenda this past Friday on Erev Rosh Hashanah. At the start of this meeting, also, for you to think that Ruth Bader Ginsburg would not recognize your gross misconduct as landlords, that she would not recognize the value of the arts in our community, I think she would. For you to think that Ruth Bader Ginsburg's love of music had no impact on her creative problem-solving ability is sheer ignorance. At a time when the county is meant to be protecting its constituents and small businesses from eviction, your punitive actions in the form of an illegal eviction and the withholding of Young at Art's grant money towards the Young at Art Museum during the COVID-19 pandemic have been ignorant, greedy, corrupt, and with no better words, evil. Art plays an essential role in child development. Art education strengthens problem-solving and critical thinking skills. Art is a place for children to learn to trust their ideas and themselves and to explore what is possible. When kids are encouraged to express themselves and take risks in creating art, they develop a sense of innovation that is essential in their adult lives. I was born into this inventive, boundless world that the Young at Art Museum has created for Broward County's children and communities in 1989. I was raised in an atmosphere that encouraged creativity and empowered my unique point of view and individuality at a very young age. For you not to
Thank you very much. We go on to Allison Berman, followed by Allison Matterly, and then Alvin Pilestre.
Yes, thank you for letting me speak today. I'm actually really just calling on behalf of all the children, but my niece and nephews specifically.
What's your name,
They
please?
absolutely love. Hello?
Your name?
I'm sorry, I'm Allison Berman. Hi.
Please address your names when you
They
when you
absolutely.
get them. Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'm calling. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm calling on behalf of all the children in the community, but specifically my niece and nephew. They absolutely love Young at Art. They're 4 and 5, and they've been going since they were in diapers. It's very important to keep art in the community for the children because it teaches them so much more than they realize. Without art, it's it's absolutely going to affect their growth and their development. And this museum is so unique. It's like nothing that we've ever been to before, because not only does it have the children appreciate all different kinds of art and all different aspects of it, but it teaches them while they enjoy it. And to take this away from the community would be a terrible, terrible thing, because this is something that really needs to be preserved for many, many generations to come. It's an absolutely one-of-a-kind museum, and I and my family and my niece and nephew absolutely love it. And to take it away would be a terrible, terrible travesty in this community, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Allison Matherly. And Alvin Philistre, Allison Dar, Amberly Sang.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Please go ahead. Hi, my name is Allison Frieden. I am the co-founder and I run and operate the Museum of Graffiti in Miami. And I am calling in to advocate on behalf of, our sister organization, Young at Art. They are doing exhibitions and projects with artists who have been routinely marginalized by mainstream institutions. They are working with street artists and graffiti artists who have bared the burden of having a stigma attached to their name as vandals and stuff like that, and giving them their opportunity, their platform to show their fine art, to do something to give back to the community. And this is one of the first organizations that I've seen in the entire state of Florida and the entire world to create these types of exhibitions for the enjoyment of the public. And taking that away, you really spread something worse. It's spreading a message that, again, we are going to continue this exclusive behavior. And I just want you all to consider the impact that it has on the artists and their lives that that Young at Art work with.
Thank you. Ms. Alvin Philistre.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that name one more time for me?
Alvin Philistre or Allison Dar?
I'm here.
Okay, go ahead, Alvin.
Yeah, I'm Alvin Philistre. I'm the co-founder of the Milagros Collective. We specialize in murals and installations, public art, and things like that. The Young at Art Museum was absolutely pivotal in our development as professional artists. They were the first people who really gave us the ability to create something way bigger than we had before and to serve the community. They helped us train assistants and gave us a place to stay, and we're able to create by far the best artwork we've ever made. Is the project that me and my collaborator are the most proud of. Watching how they operated with the community and what they were able to accomplish was just astounding, and it really breaks my heart to hear that there's a possibility that it'll close. It's the most important and relevant cultural institution in South Florida, in my opinion, and I just think that it's what's going on is a tragedy. So that's really all I have to say. I hope you all make the right decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Allison Dar, Amberly Vogel Sang.
Hi, good afternoon, Commission, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Amberly. I'm a lifelong member of my community of South Florida, and I'm calling in today to speak in regards to agenda number 55 for Young at Art Children's Museum. And I just wanted to touch on my personal experience with Young at Art and really the profoundly positive impact that this museum has had on me during my youth as a volunteer at the museum and the positive impact that I personally witnessed on the children that visited the museum. So, you know, I grew up next door to the Young at Art Children's Museum, and I started volunteering there when I was 13. And, you know, like many other volunteers, the museum was really a place of sanctuary for me, and was really one where I experienced some of the most radical growth I think I ever had, both personally and professionally. And I just really can't stress how much Young at Art changed my life for the better. I truly would not be the person or the professional I am today if it wasn't for this museum. I wholeheartedly attribute my success to those formative years volunteering at Young at Art. They really set me up for success for life during those years, and I really have so many amazing memories from there. But, you know, obviously the volunteers haven't been the only ones impacted by Young at Art, because at the core of the museum's mission is about the kids. And, you know, let me tell you, this museum was and is a life-changing place for kids. You know, between the exposure to art with the obvious focus on art and education about artists at the museum to the culture kids are exposed to. You know, I vividly remember children walking around Global Village and learning about the different cultures around the world and just literally being like in shock and awe. And it was just such a beautiful thing to watch these kids' eyes light up, you know, learning about, you know, all these places and the art. But it really goes further from there.
Thank you very much.
You know, the parents and the families that are...
Thank you, Amber.
Oh, well, I just want to, you know, kind of touch on one last thing. Is it's going to be a tragedy. Please make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrea Huffman, and then Andrew Martineau, and I think that will be probably all we have before we go to break.
Could you repeat those names for me one more time, please?
Andrea Huffman, Andrew Martineau, Anthony Mendez.
Anthony, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Anthony Mendez. I am a performance artist living here in South Florida who works primarily with LGBTQ children and teens in educational programming. I have long been a collaborator and supporter of the Young at Art Museum. The museum itself has allowed children access to the arts in ways that many other museums have not, especially with their weekly, evening, weekend, seasonal, and special interactive programming, which is recognized on a national level. They have given a platform for hundreds of regional visual and multimedia artists like myself to show their work, allowing them to further improve their careers in South Florida and throughout the whole world. Artists including Sleeper and Milagros, which spoke earlier, and Lo Castro, among many, many others, have all had exhibitions where children were able to participate and contribute to the installations themselves. For now over about 30 years, they have served hundreds of thousands of people in Broward County by providing art and literacy to not just children, but homeless children, children in transitional homes, children with autism and sensory sensitivities, at-risk teen girls, and specifically also LGBTQ children, which is what I mainly work with. These experiences are priceless to the development of young children, and it is absurd that a county would not want this high quality of programming in their city. Broward County would be shooting itself in the foot and its future in the foot if they continue withholding grant funding and continue in their efforts to evict Young at Art from its current location, which has been nationally renowned as one of the best children's art museums in this country. All it takes is one visit to this museum for you each to see what an incredible place it is and how important it is to protect it for decades to come. Literally, the future of Broward kids are in your hands.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
And last person is Andrew Martineau. If not there, the last one will be Anthony Mendez. No? Then we go to.
I'm not seeing Andrew here. Anthony just spoke, though.
Okay. Anthony Villasmil. Last person, Anthony Villasmil. No?
I'm not seeing that caller in the line either.
All right, so we have a hard at 4:30. We're gonna take a break. Here's a challenge, colleagues.
Mr. Mayor, if I
Yes.
might add something, please, this is Monica.
Go ahead, Monica.
I wanted to make sure that all the callers and anyone that had registered to speak on Young at Art, if there are still speakers on the line that are that will be taken up after the budget hearing, you will be receiving an email from our staff explaining the instructions on a different phone line to call in so that you will be able to have your opportunity to speak. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna have, before they go off, I'm gonna have a discussion here to see where we go. It is 4:30. We'll come back at 5. That's probably an hour. That takes us to 6 o'clock. With what we have left, we have probably 4 to 5 hours left. 10, 11 o'clock. It's the will of this board whether you want us to have this continue to another meeting or to set a special meeting. I think it's going to be very taxing on our staff for us to go through till probably 11 o'clock tonight on this item. And it seems as if most of the speakers are still here on the line. And I don't know, should we, let me get an idea from you, colleagues, and Commissioner Bogan is coming back up. What is?
I'd like to speak with that.
Go ahead.
I would like to speak also.
Go ahead, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I think Young at Art's a great program, but I have not been supportive of the way it's been run. But in the spirit of fairness, I would like to give all of the speakers the opportunity to be heard. And running late at night, I just don't think that's fair to everybody, our staff, and all of these speakers. So I think we may need to have either a special meeting or bring this up at another meeting where we simply say at 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, we're done with the rest of the agenda. I think we have to give 3 or 4 hours to the speakers, and I would not like that to be tonight.
So let me just fill you in on what our Deputy County Administrator just told me. At this point in time, we have 57 speakers left.
Yeah, we need to finish it.
That's 2 hours. So you know,
Finish.
we may just go ahead and finish it at this point in time, because we come back, we're gonna probably have the whole list or some additional ones added on to the list.
I just think we should
Okay.
just get rid of it and do
So,
it right now, so
okay,
that way
so-
the people don't have to keep coming back.
All right, so we'll go ahead and okay. Thank you for your input. We're gonna go ahead and take a break now. We'll come back, do the budget, and we'll go ahead and plow through the speakers that are left. We got to be back at 5, so we got just half an hour. And those on the line, you'll be sent an email with the connections that you need to make when we come back to start that meeting. We need a break between the end of the budget hearing, County Administrator, before we go into. We'll roll right into it. Okay, no problem.
So Mayor, recessed until the completion of the public budget hearing, correct?
We will recess this meeting and restart at the end of the budget hearing.
Thank you, sir.
Your line is
purpose is 0.1231, which represents a 6.30% increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.1158. Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are 0 speakers for this item at this time. As a reminder, pressing pound 2 will indicate that you wish to speak on this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the County Commission.
Move approval, Mr. Mayor.
There's a motion on resolution number 2020-59 establishing the final millage rate for Water Control District Number 2, moved by Vice Mayor Geller, second by Commissioner Sharif. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. Let the record show the motion passes 9-0. Is there a motion on resolution number 2020-591, adopting the final budget for the Water Control District Number 2 budget? Moved by Commissioner Udine, second by Commissioner Sharif. All in favor, vote by saying aye. All
Aye.
opposed, no. Let the record show the motion passes 9-0. The public hearing on item E, the Water Control District Number 2 rate and budget is now closed. Water Control District Number 3 millage and budget. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they can speak on item F, the Water Control District Number 2 millage rate and budget.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item F, the Water Control District 3 millage rate and budget, please press pound 2 on your phones now to be put in queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you will be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer commissioners the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comments, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The public hearing is open on the final millage rate and final budget for Water Control District Number 3. The final millage rate for this purpose is 0.1552, which represents a 0% increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.1552. Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are no speakers for this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the County Commission. There's a motion on resolution number 2020-592 establishing the final millage rate for Water Control District Number 3, moved by Commissioner Fisher, second by Commissioner Sharif. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Let the record show it passes 9-0. Is there a motion on resolution number 2020-593 adopting the final budget for the Water Control District Number 3 budget? It's been moved by Commissioner Vice Mayor Geller, seconded by Commissioner Udine. All in favor, vote by saying aye. All opposed, no. Let the record show it passes 9-0. The public, oh, I'm sorry, no. 7-0. We're missing 2 members. We figured Commissioner Ryan is having some pizza, huh? The public hearing on item F, the Water Control District 3 millage rate and budget is now closed. Water Control District Number 4 millage and budget. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they may speak on item G, the Water Control District Number 4 millage rate and budget.
If If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item G, the Water Control District number 4, millage rate and budget, please press pound 2 on your phones now to be put in queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you will be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer commissioners the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comments, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The public hearing is open on the final millage rate and final budget for Water Control District number 4 and its sub-districts. The final millage rate for sub-district 4A is 0.146, which represents a 5.04 increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.0139. The final millage rate for Subdistrict 4B is 0.0318, which represents a 4.26 increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.0305. The final millage rate for Subdistrict 4C is 0.1276, which represents a 4.59% increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.1220. Operator, is there anyone who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are no speakers for this item. As a reminder, pressing pound 2 will indicate that you wish to speak on this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the County Commission. There is a motion on resolution number 2020-594 establishing the final millage rates for Water Control District number 4 and its sub-districts. Been moved by Commissioner Sharif and seconded by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. Let the record show the motion passes 9-0. Is there a motion on resolution number 2020-595?
So moved.
Adopting the final budget for the Water Control District number 4 and its sub-districts. It's been moved by Vice Mayor Geller, seconded by Commissioner Sharif. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. Let the record show the motion passes 9-0.
Mayor, if I might, would Commissioner Bogan and Commissioner Ryan like to be shown as voting in the affirmative on resolution number 2020-592 and 593?
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
I'm aware that you can hear back there.
Okay. All right. The public hearing on item G, Water Control District number 4 millage rates and budgets is now closed. Item H, Kokomar Water Control District millage and budget. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they can speak on item H, the Kokomar Water Control District millage rate and budget.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item H, the Kokomar Water Control District millage rate and budget, please press pound 2 on your phones now to be put in queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you will be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer commissioners the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comments, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The public hearing is open on the final millage rate and the final budget for the Kokomar Water Control District. The final millage rate for this purpose is 0.1446, which represents a 4.10 increase in property taxes as compared with a rollback rate of 0.1389. Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are 0 speakers for this item. As a reminder, pressing pound 2 will indicate that you wish to speak on this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the county commission. There is a motion on resolution number 2020-56 establishing the final millage rate for the Kokomar Water Control District. It's moved by Commissioner Sharif, seconded by Commissioner Udine. All in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. Let the record show the motion passes 9-0.
Mayor, just for the record, that was, for my notes, that was 2020-596, correct?
2020-596.
Thank you.
Is there a motion on resolution number 2020-597, adapting the final budget for the Kokomar Water Control District? Moved by Commissioner Bogan, seconded by Commissioner Udine. All those in favor vote by saying aye. All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed, no. Let the record show it passes 9-0. The public hearing on item H, the Kokomar Water Control District budget, millage rate and budget is now closed. Large user wholesale wastewater rates. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they can speak on item L, the large user wholesale water rates.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on the item 1 or item I, the large user wholesale water waste rates, please press pound 2 on your phones now to be put in the queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you'll be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be unmuted again and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer commissioners the opportunity to comment and ask questions. At the conclusion of your comment, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing or comment on another item.
The public hearing is open on the large user wastewater rates for the county's water and wastewater utility wholesale customers. The county administrator will give an overview on the change in rates.
Broward County owns and operates the North Regional Wastewater Transmission, Treatment, and Disposal System, which includes 11 large user utilities. The county's agreements with these large users require that the rates be revised annually based on a projected cost. The FY21 proposed rates represent an average increase of 4 cents per 1,000 gallons in charges to the large user utilities.
Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
We do have one person. Caller, please state your name and comment.
Hi, my name is Jeffrey Noble. I'm calling. I've been waiting on the line to speak about Young at Art. Is there any chance that I can make a comment about the Young at Art Museum right now?
It's not appropriate on this item. Is there anyone else on the line who wishes to speak, operator, on this item?
At this time, there's no one else.
Now that public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the county commission.
Move approval.
There is a motion on resolution number 2020-599. Motion by Commissioner Sharif, seconded by Commissioner Udine. All in favor, vote by saying aye. All opposed, no. Let the record show it passes 9-0. The public hearing on item I, large user wastewater rates, is now closed. J, large user wholesale raw water rates. AT&T operator, please instruct the public on how they may speak on this item. AT&T operator.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item J, the larger user wholesale raw water rates, please press pound 2 on your phone now to be put into the queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you'll be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer the commissioners the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comment, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The public hearing is open on the large user raw water rates for the county's wholesale raw water customers. The county administrator will give an overview and a change in rates. County administrator.
The raw water large users are municipal utilities that purchase raw water from the county. The proposed FY21 rate represents a 7-cent increase per 1,000 gallons to the municipal utilities that purchase raw water.
Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are 0 numbers of speakers up for this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the county commission. There is a resolution on number 2020-600.
Second.
Moved by Commissioner Sharif, seconded by Commissioner Bogan. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
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 All those who oppose, no. Passes 9-0. The public hearing on item J, large user raw water rates, is now closed. Transit program off projects. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they can speak on item K, the transit program of projects.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item K, the transit program of projects, please press pound 2 on your phone now to be put into the queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you will be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer Commissioner the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comments, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The county's capital budget and 5-year capital program includes the transit program of projects, which is funded with Section 5307 federal grant funds. Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are no numbers of speakers for this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the county commission.
There's no resolution here, Mayor.
Okay. There are no speakers. The public hearing on item K is closed. Item L, FY 2021 to 2025 capital program adoption. AT&T operator, please instruct members of the public on how they can speak on item L, the fiscal year 2021 through 2025 capital program adoption.
If anyone from the public wishes to speak on item L, the fiscal year 2021 to 2025 capital program adoption, please press pound 2 on your phones now to be put into the queue to speak on this item. Once your line is unmuted, you will be asked to introduce yourself and told how much time you have to speak. When your comment period has expired, your line will be muted again, and other speakers will be given the opportunity to speak. When all public comments for an item have concluded, the mayor will offer commissioners the opportunity to comment or ask questions. At the conclusion of your comment, you can either hang up or stay on the line to listen to the rest of the budget hearing and or comment on another item.
The Board of County Commissioners adopts a 5-year capital program annually in accordance with Chapter 20 of the Broward County Administrative Code. The 5-year capital program includes all capital projects and revenues required to support the projects proposed for fiscal years 2021 through 2025. Operator, is there anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Mayor, there are 0 number of speakers for this item.
Now that the public comment period is completed, I'll take comments from the county commission. There is a motion on resolution number 2020-601, accepting and approving the 5-year capital program, including fiscal year 2021 through fiscal year 2025. Motion by Commissioner Fisher and second by Commissioner Sharif. All in favor, vote by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The public hearing on item L, fiscal year 2021 through 2025 capital program adoption is now closed.
Mayor, just for the record, that was 9-0, correct?
9, exactly. It
Thank
passes 9-0. Thank you for attending the Broward County Board of County Commissioners' final public hearing on fiscal year 2021 budget. Now we go to Young at Heart. Do we have any idea how many speakers we have signed up, staff?
Mr. Mayor, this is Monica Sapero. So we have 44 callers on the line at the moment. I'm asked for an updated number. I just got that about less than 5 minutes ago. So I'm going to just see if there's anyone else. The folks, there are now 35, I'm being told by staff. So the last, I wanted to let you know that all of the speakers that were registered to speak received instructions on how to call in. So they should be on the line now, and that number is 35.
Seems as if someone moved my list. I didn't touch it. Let me make you here.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, we can't hear what you're
Mr.
saying.
Mayor, if you could just have,
The new list, yeah, please announce the speakers.
can you just announce the speakers and have them come on, please?
I do not have the list, but the AT&T operator will have that, and they can ask folks to raise their hands with the appropriate prompts on the phone, and then they would just be called in order of the queue.
Okay, AT&T operator, we're gonna need you to queue up our first speaker.
I do have multiple speakers here.
Well, you have a list, so would you go down the list, please? We don't have it.
One moment.
Mr. Mayor, I'm being told that our communications staff will be feeding the list to the operator. They have that in the back of the chambers, and they're going to be doing that right now.
Okay, please, go ahead. We have 44. It's almost an hour and a half. It's now 6 o'clock. We'll get through this. We say it
Armando
again, it's gonna be, let's get it done. And we have a quorum still. Commissioner,
Mr. Mayor.
Vice
I'm
Mayor
here.
Geller?
Commissioner Rich is here.
Here, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, good. So we have 6. We're good. Let's continue, staff, to get these folks who've been waiting for a very long time on the line. And to the public, we apologize for the delay. We are going through it just as you are, and our staff's doing the same.
My callers, I will be calling your name. Please do not press #2 at the moment. When I call your name, please press #2 so I can identify and unmute your line. Armando Garcia, please press #2 on your telephone so I can identify your line. Armando, please go ahead.
Hi, does that mean I have to talk now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, your line has been unmuted.
Okay. 11 years ago, Mindy Schrager brought forth upon Broward County a new concept, conceived in love and dedicated to the proposition that children are our future. Now we are engaged in a Zoom called bureaucratic battle, testing whether this concept or any concept so conceived and so dedicated can long endure. We have met remotely during a global pandemic. We have come here to fight for the rights of our future, of our children, so they may have a safe place they can call home and they may bring their children. It is altogether fitting and proper we do this. But, unknown to us, if allowed, the Broward Commission will not allow our children's future to be a priority. Jeff Bezos, the richest man on earth, does not need another warehouse. Our children, who have grown up and enjoyed this sacred space, have no voices. The world will little note nor long remember what I say here, but the actions of the Broward County Commission will never be erased from memory. It is for us, the caring, rather to be united here to the unfinished journey that Young Art has fought so hard to realize, and thus far been fought at every stage of the game by Broward County's innate disdain for the public good and benefit of our children. It is for us, the parents, and those who love children, to be dedicated to the monumental task going forward of increased devotion to show our children right from wrong, and that Young and Art and Mindy Schrager's dream of a safe place for the children, by the children, and of the children to never leave this earth. Guys, you are making a big mistake if you do this. This is a global pandemic, and it is not the time to take anything away from the future of our children. Thank you very much. Sean Mirmelli.
Aruna Ragbeer, please press pound 2 on your telephone so I can identify your line. Aruna Ragbeer, please press pound 2 on your telephone. And your line has been unmuted. You can go ahead.
Hello, this is David DiPietro. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Am I on live with the commission?
You are, David.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor, Holness, Mr. Vice Mayor Geller, and members of the commission, I apologize, I'm in the car. I had a long speech about what YA is to the community, but I think a lot of the other speakers have already highlighted that and sort of touched on what, impact this museum's had in the community. I want to get more to brass tacks about where we are and where we are going forward. Would we like to stay in the building? Absolutely. But we realize that the relationship between the county and Young at Art is broken in many regards. So instead of pulling out arrows in our quivers and shooting at each other, I was hopeful that we could come up with a resolution that works for everybody. Clearly, the museum, we were up on our rent, and we were good through the rent portion of our lease through February, up until when the COVID-19 pandemic started. Obviously, that severely impacted us. The county enacted necessary ordinances to protect the public, but as our landlord, they also prohibited us from operating as a business, and which then the county then demanded rent from us. There's other portions of the maintenance portion of the lease that we are disputing, but without getting into detail of that, I just wanted to make sure that everyone understood that we, for the most part, believe we were living up to all the obligations. Now, with the COVID-19 pandemic, we are where we are. I've worked extensively with staff to try to narrow down the issues, and they've deferred 2 major points to the county commission, which I'll address. One is there's 5 separate grants, and I can give you the names of each grant if you need them, but they total a significant amount of money for services that Young at Arts has already provided to the community. Some of those services were not provided because of the COVID-19 outbreak, which is, I believe, is understandable on both sides. We're being told now that the grant monies are not going to be paid, even though we relied on it and we provided the services, paid the artists, paid for the exhibitions, paid for the services, et cetera. And some of those include online programs that happened after the pandemic started to fulfill the needs of the community, as well as summer camps that occurred this summer. Secondarily, because of COVID-19, 60% of our revenues were operationally driven, meaning through ticket sales and other events that we did or other opportunities that we had. We were able to generate most of the income through operations.
Mr. DiPietro, you're
through our Paycheck Protection Program monies, we're severely hampered in finances at the moment. So we're willing to leave, and we're willing to move on. But in order for us to move on, we really see 2 scenarios that are plausible for us. One is we get paid grant money, and you all, the county,
Mr. DiPietro, something's wrong.
Your voice is sounding muffled.
Yours also. Continue. I can hear you now.
Is that better now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. So what we have two scenarios that we're looking at. If the county wants us out, we will leave immediately, provided that the county assists in moving us, both financially and operationally. And if the county evicts us at the end of the day, and the county takes the keys over to the building, the county's gonna have to move everything out anyway. So practically, even if you win in court, you're gonna have all these, exhibits and property, equipment. It's gonna all be in the museum. It's gonna need to be moved. So if the county is willing to move us now, pay us or move us on their timeline, the county's timeline, and pay us our grant money,
Mr. DiPietro,
and we will move on,
Mr. DiPietro,
and we'll part our ways.
Mr. DiPietro, I have allowed you, because you're the attorney representing the entity, extra time. I need to make sure that we can do that. The county attorney, would you?
Mayor, I think it's better to limit public comment to 2 minutes, but if the board would be okay with it, I would request that Mr. DiPietro be given another couple of minutes by invitation from the board, just to wrap up, but without precedent to extend time for anyone else. Thank you.
I'll second.
Those in favor vote by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. Okay, Mr. DiPietro, it passes, 5-6 to 1? Mr. DiPietro, I give you the extra time. We're gonna allow you to, but let me ask this. Since Mr. DiPietro is making the case for Young at Art, those of you who are on the line, please limit your time as much as possible. You could just say, I'm agreeing to support Young of Art, and we can get through this evening a little bit quicker. Continue, Mr. DiPietro. We'll give you another minute or so and a half, too.
By request of the board, Mayor.
By request of the board. Go ahead, sir. Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the extra time. I'm actually going to wrap up real quick. So do we want to stay? Yes. There's really two options if you want us to leave. If you want us to leave, we need 6 months because we've gone down from 80 employees to 8. The grant money's been withheld. We need the grant money under both scenarios. Option 2 would be we'll leave when the county would like us to leave. If the county wants to move us out, we will go. We have alternative sites to move our equipment. But with respect to the grants, we really did do the services. And without getting into dispute about the landlord-tenant relationship, I don't believe there's any, and you can ask staff, that they believe we provided the services to the community for which the grants were surrounding. So we're willing to move on. We really don't want to litigate this anymore. From my vantage point, we'd like to make a deal. It's hard to do it in the sunshine. I understand that, but that's the situation we're in. And I'm happy to entertain any questions, and I appreciate the extra time.
Okay, thank you.
And once again, please only press #2 if your name is called.
Okay, go ahead and call the next caller, operator. We'll let them finish, and then we'll come back for discussion here. Go ahead, operator. Next.
Runa Ragbeer, please press #2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Aruna. I am the School and Public Programs Manager at Young at Art. I also, first and foremost, am a parent. I've been coming to Young at Art since my older son was 1. And I understand everybody has their opinions about Young at Art, what should happen to it, where it should go. But I just want to say that whenever you're dealing with children involved in anything, that is the first and foremost only thing that you should understand. What is being said here today, whether it's from the commissioner side or Young at Art side. I think that we need to understand how art is such an important thing for children in their lives. There is no institution in Broward County that is like this institution, Young at Art. It has been pivotal in Davie, Florida, in that building for hundreds of families to come by, connect with one another, learn through the arts, start from preschool, end up in art classes, end up in after-school programs. These kids are becoming so self-confident in doing Festival of the Arts, selling their art. Then they become part of the fashion show. Then these children become teachers at Young at Art. Then they go out into the world. And they're not going out into the world to be artists. They're going out into the world to also become scientists, because that is what the arts teach. They teach you how to problem solve, how to be creative, how to deal with things, and how creativity plays a big role in the lives of all these children. So what I want to really say to the commissioners is that if the museum is not there anymore, if Young at Art is not there anymore, you have to fill this huge hole that will be here. And I don't understand how that is not something. Some of the commissioners are leaving the meeting, walking out. Some of them are rushing through it. But you are talking about children. And then the biggest thing that we have also built at Young at Art is working with kids on the spectrum and other sensitive integration. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you guys for listening.
Next speaker, please.
Ava Alexis Bermudez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Once again, Ava Alexis Bermudez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Go to the next person. Bhavna Dave, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I am a parent. My name is Bhavna Dev, and we have been members of the Young at Art for the last 5 years. We have 2 children. Both the children attended summer camp and spring break camps at Young at Art. And our daughter Ria loved being a part of Young at Art so much that she volunteered employed for the summer 2020 to assist in the summer camp program virtually. Through the summer enrichment programs, through volunteering, both our daughters have developed the love of the arts, entrepreneurial skills, giving back to the community, camaraderie, and lasting friendship with the members of the Young at Art community. The guidance, the mentorship, and the encouragement that Ria has received throughout her interactions at Young at Art has helped her future educational journey. She has been encouraged to find her voice, establish her career path, and now is enrolled in Ringling College of Art and Design. Our family is a lifelong fan of the Young at Art and its contribution to the community. And I am in support of, allowing them to continue and giving them their grant money. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Bianca Triozzi, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Bianca Triozzi. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Bianca Triozzi, and I just want to say, regardless of what's being transpired between the county and the museum, we've essentially handicapped the youth and families of Broward County during a global pandemic. If anything, I implore the commissioners, much like Aruna, to consider establishing an interim program while Young at Art is inaccessible, however long that may be. Creativity in the STEAM fields helps young minds conceptualize complexities. If children are unable to solve problems on their own because someone has done it for them, or if they get stuck on a particular problem and aren't using that method that particular person insists upon, the child feels discouraged. They aren't even, that they aren't good enough. Often therapists will ask, well, what would you tell your inner child? But how can you answer that when I've actually personally seen 8- and 9-year-olds essentially berate themselves that their art isn't, quote-unquote, perfect? And I'm not going to say that crayons and glitter will end crime, solve mental health challenges, but, I want you to consider the following. Young at Art, without an accredited art program, offers multiple community initiatives to address self-expression, meaning-making, and mood regulation to, quote, at-risk populations. Typically, we associate at-risk with poor communities of color. However, at my former high school in affluent Parkland, multiple young people were massacred and many more emotionally scarred. Trauma, unstable housing, challenging finances, and abuse can live within any community. With today's COVID crisis, we can only speculate what starting kindergarten on a screen is going to do for a child, much less seeing their families ripped apart by the stress of unprecedented unemployment. By offering Broward's youth, which many see as a county devoid of culture in comparison to Dade, a safe space to create, YA is a much-needed refuge for children of today and hopefully those of the future. Anything else?
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Geller and Commissioner Rich, are you still there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am.
Commissioner Rich?
Sorry, I was on mute.
Okay, good. Please, if you're leaving,
Sorry,
let
I
me
was on
know.
mute. Yes.
We still need
I'm
to
here.
maintain a
I
quorum.
will let you know if I leave, but I'm here.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Going
next
anywhere.
Next caller, please.
Boris Garrido, please press #2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Ali. I don't know if I was skipped or not. I've been waiting for a while to
Go ahead
speak, and I apologize if I went at anyone.
Go ahead and speak, please. You got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. So, again, I want to reiterate, my name is Aaliyah Ali. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Broward County Commissioners, and the public. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on an issue that's dear to my heart. I was a Broward County public school student that benefited from Young at Art programs. That was the way that I got into this whole world, which I went to school, made myself an art educator, vowed that I would be an employee at Young at Art because that's how much I believe in this institution. And I am working there now currently, and I'm trying to pay that forward because I want future generations to feel this level of confidence and be able to know that they can have these skills and that it's not going to be ignored by the world of STEM and that they are just as important because they are not going to be ignored. And I heard a comment earlier this evening that did bother me, that they like Young at Art, but not the way that it is run. And to that, I say that is not the children's fault, nor is it the employees that make the magic happen. So we should not be ignored, to be blunt. We're not going to punish innocent children. I'm sorry, that's just the way I look at it. And to blatantly look over the contributions that Young at Art Museum has made over 31 years is not only irresponsible, but kind of demeaning, because we actually do more than just promote doodles and paintings. We have critical thinking skills. We teach art history. We teach world culture. We teach science. We teach music education. We help those on the spectrum for all of our friends in Broward County.
Thank you for your comments.
And there's just so much more that we do.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Once again, please press #2 only if your name is called. Boris Garrido, please press #2 on your telephone. Boris Garrido. All right, Brett McCullough.
Go ahead, please.
#2. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, my name is Joanne Jacobson. I'm a retired college dean and English professor in New York. And I want to say that I live in Manhattan, in the heart of the world capital of arts and culture. And I want to say, and I've raised a child here, that there is nothing in New York for children and art on the scale and the level of warmth and sophistication that you have at with Young at Art. And particularly, I so admire the museum's engagement with the community. And I can't really imagine why Broward County would put at risk what seems to me an institution of extraordinary generosity and such a cultural asset. Thanks so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Next caller, please. Operator, next caller.
Brett McCullough, please press #2 on your telephone. Brett McCullough. Bruna Castro, please press #2 on your telephone. Bruna Castro. Caitlin Baisley, please press #2 on your telephone. Caitlin Baisley. telephone. Carol Myers, please press pound 2. Carol Myers. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Caitlin Baisley. I was born and raised in Broward County, and I was directly affected by Young at Art Museum as an institution growing up. I vividly remember going there as a child, and I didn't go as often as I would have liked because I'm a child of a single mother who had to work to earn a living. And it even just a few visits I had made a huge impact on me. I actually grew up, graduated high school, and I managed to attain a job there as a museum educator, and I worked my way up into the being the volunteer coordinator. I want to say I would like to reiterate what Bianca and Aruna both had said about how important it is for each and every child to enjoy the Young at Art Museum. When you go there as a child, you learn we were taught as employees to create a safe space where children were encouraged to make their art regardless of what other people thought. It gives them confidence. I had the privilege of seeing children who were scared of putting a line on a piece of paper and showing them that it is okay that that line is not straight or squiggly in the way that they want to. It was an amazing experience to be able to do that. And I think it's so important that you guys, as the Broward County Commissioners, make sure that the release between these two institutions is as amicable as possible, and that you empower Young at Art Museum to continue on as an organization that can still continue to do the amazing work that they are doing. I just wanted to say thank you for listening to me, and I really hope that you take the time to hear out everyone else. I do want to also point out that at the beginning of this process, of this day, there was about 144 people who had signed up to speak on Young at Art Museum. And I would say that almost 100 of those people were not able to speak because this was pushed back so far. And I do want to say that I don't agree with that, and I don't think that that was the right thing to do. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your comments. Next caller, please.
Bruna Castro, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Bruna Castro. Carol Myers, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Carol Myers. Your phone has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Francesco Castro. I've been a resident of Broward County for over 25 years. I speak as an artist who's worked with the museum, and in the past, and seen firsthand the powerful impact Young at Art has had on countless children and their families across South Florida and beyond. Young at Art has significantly shaped the cultural landscape of Broward County over many years, serving as an important platform for local and international talent and bringing the arts to the forefront through cutting-edge exhibitions and educational programs that directly reach the ones who need it the most, the children. Programs that have always aimed to include and inspire even the most neglected youth in our community. Children from poor economic backgrounds, broken homes, often suffering from physical and mental disabilities. No matter the gender, race, or creed, Young at Art has always been the creative refuge that our most vulnerable members of our community so desperately needed. It fills me with great sadness to see this truly unique and essential institution under the visionary and steadfast guidance of Mindy Schrago being forced to cease operations, especially in times like these when our community is under great duress and our children are struggling to find emotional support, with arts funding being slashed and eliminated from school curricula nationwide. One would hope that this great county would rally to protect and maintain one of the great institutions so vital to our cultural identity. I fear the closing of Young at Art will leave a real vacuum in our community and a negative impact the likes of which we may experience for years to come. This is why I implore you to find it in your heart and conscience to reverse course in this decision for the sake of our community, but mostly for the sake of our children. I hope you do the right thing. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Carol Myers, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Carol Myers. Caroline Collette, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Caroline Collette. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here. Hello?
Go ahead, you
Hi.
have 2 minutes.
Hello, I'm Caroline Collette. All right. I've been a Broward resident for pretty much my entire life. As a child and adult, Young at Art was and continues to be a magical place for me. The staff and creative environment helped shape who I am and led me to a career in the arts. As a former preschool teacher and art educator, and now working as a practicing artist and employee of Young at Art, I've seen and I know firsthand the importance of art for children's development and art's ability to enrich our community. It would be a great loss for Broward County to not house and support an innovative nonprofit such as Young at Art, an organization dedicated to serving through the arts that uplifts our community in need, providing free art resources to those who need the most, like homeless children through the Art Reach program, at-risk teen girls with the Girls in Power program, and with people who have sensory sensitivities through the Offer All program. Young at Art provides career mentorships for high school school volunteers and supports local artists' visions in developing new interactive exhibits to inspire children to reach beyond their imaginations. Young at Art also steps in to support schools in our communities when art is continually cut from funding. Young at Art is a creative community staple for Broward County families, residents, and artists, with programming that's unique and dynamic like no other in the country and the county, the state, the nation, the world. I hope you see the important service they provide to our community, and I urge you to support them by releasing grant funding being withheld, eliminating their county debt, and acknowledging the financial damage placed by the county from the lack of maintenance
Thank you very much.
for
Next.
the building since it was erected.
Thank you for your
Let's
comments.
continue
Next.
to support the arts.
Karen Hernandez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Karen Hernandez, please press pound 2.
Each caller will have just 2 minutes.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Carol Meyer. I want to thank the mayor and the vice mayor and the commission for letting me speak. My family has been in South Florida for 100 years, and I'm talking particularly now about our 6th generation, my grandkids. But I was going to go into all the ways that Young at Art has helped them, and so many people on here have done such a beautiful job of that. I want to mention that the commission did such a great service to this community by bringing this amazing Young at Art facility to all of us. We're so proud of it. So the Sun Sentinel headline, Broward County's only children's museum will close, was sickening. Virtually every art museum in the world is in financial trouble and being supported by their governments and their communities, and we're sitting here with Broward's only children's museum being forced to close. Young at Art quickly became, and is, a world-class museum and learning center for children. It's recognized as a model for children's museums around the world, and it's growing into a destination for families visiting South Florida. I work with people all over the world, and I can tell you, they've heard of it. They've heard of it. And when they come in to see me for business in South Florida, they take their kids to Young at Art Museum. That's what we got out here in Weston, in West Broward. The people who have been running this museum have been the key to making it extraordinary. And I think that's important to recognize. And the facility that you guys should be so proud of having put together is really one of the main things behind it. Everybody wants to go there. Young at Art is an irreplaceable contribution to our community that so many employees, businesses, volunteers, schools, organizations, families, and kids have all worked so darn hard to establish. I hope you will enthusiastically, please, do whatever it takes to support Young at Art and keep it right here for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next person, please. And at some point in time, we may have to limit this and do something different, because it appears as if the number is growing rather. We thought we could probably get it out within a reasonable time, but it appears as if more people are being added on. So, operator, go ahead and get the next caller on, please.
Karen Hernandez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Karen Hernandez. Casey Morio, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Casey Morio. Chelsea Sepperstein, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Chelsea Sepperstein. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. Can you make sure your phone is not on mute, please?
Dear Commissioners, we want to share with you our deepest concern regarding the future of Young at Art. In a few years, YA has become a landmark institution in South Florida, and indeed an example of the Broward County contribution in this regard has been invaluable. Young at Art has played a fundamental role in the formation of our kids and the development of a more inclusive community. YA has benefited from the young, but also the older, providing less privileged families with a safe, creative, and welcoming environment for their kids and families. We plead with you to speak on behalf of the kids of Broward and defend, maintain, and support this wonderful institution for the benefit and the best future of Broward County. Thank you. Roberto and Rosario, the artists who have created the I Love sculpture in the front. I also wanted to comment, you're asking us to limit our opinions. It is very clear the commissioners do not want to hear from the public. You're asking us to limit it. You said that you thought delaying the meeting would make you hear less from the public. Disgusting. Thank you for your time. Bye.
I don't recall anyone saying that. Next caller, please.
Christian Spencer, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Christian Spencer. Christopher McFarlane. Oh, here we go. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. Can you make sure you're on?
Hello?
There we go. We can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Thank you very much for your time handling many agendas during difficult times. My name is Miki Bishop. Sorry for the listening to us for the super late time. I just would like to ask you one thing. Please support Young Art Museum. It's not the time to evict YAA. It's time to think how to make Young Art Museum as a sustainable place for our community. I believe art is enrich our cultures and lives. Young Art Museum is quite unique museum welcoming guests from age 0 to adults. Art entertainment industry having tremendous damage due to COVID-19. So as kids in a Broward County, as mom of 2 kids, I have renewed Young Art Museum membership for many years. It's simply because kids love them, museum. When I open the entrance door, I feel like everyone is artist. Indeed, my kids are so excited which area to go museum and could spend all day. And I become a calligraphy artist performing Young Art Museum last January. I asked my kids, Young Art Museum might go away during the lunchtime today. They are so sad. My 18-year-old said, I don't want to go. Young Art Museum go away. I like the back room. There's always new exhibits. I like the big noodle pool. My 6-year-old simply said it's a fun place. The experience they had Young Art Museum is colorful. And there's not much place educational, stimulus, and fun indoor place in Broward. As you know, weather is very hot in all year long in Florida. Young Art is oasis, especially for mom with infant and toddler kids.
Thank you very much, caller, for your comments. Next speaker, please.
Christopher McFarlane, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Please go ahead.
Imagine the absurdity of ordering a large pepperoni pizza and it either shows up small with only vegetables or it comes correctly but it's 6 months late, a year late, or not at all. But you're still expected to pay, and if not, the restaurant will forcefully take your money. Who would be inclined to pay for such a thing? I've dealt with the county on behalf of the museum and seen how difficult it is to get the county to do the simplest task. The county workers have suggested that if we want anything done by the county, we have to call every single thing in as an emergency. So many people have been surprised in my time that I've worked here that there's even a business in this building, given that the paint is curling off of the walls between poison ivy, vines, the lack of a sign outside for 8 years, or the knee-high weeds and grass. Everyone listening to my voice should Google the OIG report from 2016 and see the county's own history with building maintenance. The names in those reports are the same exact names the museum has continued to deal with. What's changed? Well, come to the museum today, though, and see how absolutely beautiful it's gotten after the eviction notice came. I've never, ever seen the county work so quickly to beautify a location as I have in the last couple of weeks. Makes you wonder what they have in store for the building. Pizza's ready.
Cindy Berkowitz, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Cindy Berkowitz. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
I have been witness to Ya's evolution. It began as a collaboration of two women who dreamed of bringing art to children of the plantation community. They were relentless in their pursuit and grew the vision from a small storefront to a 55,000 square foot facility. They served the public in countless ways. Ya has had an enormous impact on so many children discovering their artistic talents and fashion. Have you ever seen the smile on the faces of the recycled fashion show contestants? I have. It's priceless, and it must continue. Cindy Berkowitz, Broward resident.
Connor Schrago, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Connor Schrago. Dan Katz, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Dan Katz. Daniela Fernandez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Daniela Fernandez. Derek Shambora, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Derek Shambora. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. Can you make sure your phone is not on mute, please?
Hi, I wanted to send this text to be presented for me, but there is a very good chance I will not be able to attend a live session. I apologize in advance. My name is Ellie Barak. I'm a multidisciplinary artist currently living in Baltimore. I came to know Ya in 2014. In that year, I gave a performance art workshop during summer camp at Ya, following my solo exhibition at Ya earlier in the year. Throughout my years, I have presented my work in galleries, museums around the world, and I want to emphasize Ya isn't another museum. It is a unique place that makes a space for children to experience and explore art firsthand. I fell in love with the museum, its staff, and with the values and culture it holds. I can't start to express how much it saddens me that this vital institution is going through this hardship. Ya brings the community together through art. Ya is a place where you learn, imagine, dream, grow. A place like this is essential to a kid's development. It is unique in its landscape, in its inclusive approach. It welcomes the diverse communities of Florida and others and showcases artists of all kinds from all over the world, exposing their art to children, young artists, adults, as well as the community. YA always keeps you inspired, motivates, puts a smile on so many faces. It pushes the explorer to come out. I urge the decision makers to consider the importance of this institution to the community. For so many of us, this museum brings us home. It takes to the better part of childhood and creativity. Thank you. Ellie Barak, Israeli artist based in NYC and Baltimore.
Thank you. Next caller,
Diddy
please.
Mimily, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Diddy Mimily? Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Didi Mermelli. I wonder what the Broward County have lined up to go in place of the Young at Art. Could it be an Amazon warehouse? Could it be a Walmart? In today's climate, when the arts are being phased out in our schools, because people don't seem to think they're important, we have to find a way to enrich our children. And you have it right there. It's brilliant. I took my daughter when Mindy opened the school in 1989. My daughter now has twins, and they're 2 years old. I was hoping to continue to take them there. Now, I would like, obviously on the board there are no educators, because you obviously do not understand the importance of creativity. Schools want to just focus on science, English. And you do not understand how creativity boosts all these aspects. If you want innovators, creators, people to make new discoveries, you have to have creativity to go hand in hand. I urge you to listen to an English educator, Sir Ken Robinson, on YouTube. Do schools kill creativity? Should you listen to this, you would realize how creativity spills into all other aspects of learning. It enriches everything else. I am at a loss to why you have such an incredible building, such an incredible site, and you just want to throw it all away, to farm it out to some warehouse. Please, please consider. Do not, I beseech you, don't let greed cloud your minds. Try and think with your hearts and brains instead of your pockets. Do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Donna Haynes, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Donna Haynes. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Donna Haynes. I'm the K-12 Visual Art Curriculum Supervisor for Broward County Schools. I want to thank you, Mayor and Commission, for the opportunity to speak and for all of us to speak on behalf of the museum. I implore you not to terminate the Young at Art Museum's lease at the Broward County site. Please do not take away this important institution that is vital and essential and a part of our community, including Broward County Public Schools. We have long relied on the Young at Art Museum administration and staff to work with our Broward County school students in helping support standards-based, always culturally relevant programming to serve our current art students and as well students that may not have a visual art program at their school site. The Young at Art Museum is one of the top field trips that our school sites choose to take their students to because of their creative programming, their out-of-the-box imaginative and inventive exhibits, and a super knowledgeable staff. The Young at Art team provides important imperative professional development for our BCPS art teachers, and as well has remained a meeting hub for our local professional art organizations. The museum provides space for teachers to showcase artwork from our BCPS programs, and as well holds many of our major district art exhibits that cannot happen unless we have the space and the administration that has helped us with it. We run the Middle School Art in the Capitol competition and exhibit, which comes from House Bill 701, a statewide arts competition for grades 6 through 8. They host the National Scholastic Art and Writing Awards, which is a national competition and exhibition. Thousands of entries from our students, BCPS students, go in there, and they do a fabulous job of orchestrating it and creating a space to recognize our students.
Thank you for your
They have the
comments.
Congressional Art Challenge.
Thank you for your comments. Next caller, please.
Doug McCraw, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Doug McCraw. Ellen Sweetmoss, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Ellen Sweetmoss. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
My name is Kyle Sutton, and I'm 16 years old. When I first came to America at age 5, I didn't have many friends playing or interactive in my area.
Mr. Mayor, I can't really hear.
Caller.
Moss, you're sounding far away.
Other children were having a creative place to let out all of my energy.
Ms. Moss, could you get closer to the microphone, please?
Relationships which I poured into the walls of your heart. Fast forward to present day. Young at Art Carolina to accumulate over 140 volunteer hours. I honestly felt inspired to volunteer and interact with children. So today, what happens much more forging unforgettable memories in their lives. Besides teaching and playing with them, I'm a supplement. The museum allows all the workers to be immersed in the world of artistic work. For instance, I learned styles of artistic expression from Africa, Asia, and South America. In addition, there are times I found myself having fun in this day, like playing mini golf in the arcade, making music with recycling materials, and jumping around in the carpet too. I miss many things about Young at Art right now. My friends, interacting with volunteers, and learning new things on everything.
All right, something's wrong with your phone, caller.
Ellen Wertheim, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Ellen Wertheim.
All right.
Emily Deacon, please press pound 2.
Yeah. 6-2 up there.
Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Hi. My name isn't Emily, but my name is Demi, and I'm not sure if you're going alphabetically by first name, alphabetically by last name. If it's by first name, you skipped me, which I'm very not surprised at all. I am angered and I'm disgusted with how the commissioners have treated this item and honestly most other items. You have been cutting people off. You have been disregarding us. In the last meeting, you were laughing at the fact that there were so many callers, that you received so many emails, that you've lost count, that you've ignored them. I can't think of one other place that during a global pandemic was giving out masks, free masks to people, to kids, to communities in need, that helps LGBTQ plus communities, children with sensory disabilities, have outreach programs for 30 years, like Young at Art. And people are calling from other states, they're calling from other countries all over the world, talking about how this is the only art organization that they can even think of for children. And instead, you're just planning to put offices here, or like other people have said, warehouses, or whatever it is that you're going to do with this building. And it's ridiculous. And you wait for a vulnerable time when there's a global pandemic to attack the art. It's outrageous. And the fact that you have to handle the amount of callers that you have for an issue, like it's a hotline saying next, 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 we're all waiting on the phone for 48 hours basically, should show you how important this issue is. And like Chris McFarland said, everyone should look at the OIG report, that's public information, to show how they have suddenly and miraculously started to fix this county building when before it was decrepit and disgusting. This is obviously a political matter to you. You people have no soul. You people don't care about children, high school students, or artists, and only care about your pocket.
Thank you very
And
much.
honestly, at this point, I'm not sure what's.
Thank you very much.
Ernesto
for your call.
Rodriguez, please press #2 on your telephone.
Mayor.
Ernesto
No, one
Rodriguez.
moment, please. We're going to go ahead and have Dr. Barbara Sharif, Commissioner
So, Mayor,
Sewer.
normally when we start to take up an item, public speaking is cut off so that only the speakers who signed up prior to the item being heard can be heard. At this point in time, I believe that there are new speakers signing up on this item as we are taking the item. The item has already been in progress now for a while. So at this point, can we get some kind of a status update from the operator so that they can cut off what, the new people that are signing up and keep only the people that had already signed up previously, because that's the way the rules are.
Mr. Mayor, do we know whether or not speakers were new speakers that have signed up or were part of the 140 that were signed up this morning?
It's very difficult to tell.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. The list.
So I'm told that we have approximately 50 speakers in queue. However, what we've done is we've been able to cross-reference the list of the original pre-registered speakers, and we are feeding those to the AT&T operator, who is only then unmuting those that were pre-registered before. So even if additional speakers are calling in, they're not in queue.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead. We'll continue. AT&T operator.
So just a reminder, please only press #2 if your name is called. Ernesto Rodriguez, please press #2 on your telephone. Ernesto Rodriguez. So just a reminder, please only press #2 if your name is called. Ernesto Rodriguez, please press #2. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name's Emily Deacon, and I want to echo the same thoughts that many, many other people have said, that the way this meeting is being run is completely not fair to the public. But let me go back to why Young at Art is so important to keep. I was fundamentally affected as a child, as an art camper, as a teen volunteer, as a young professional, and now as an experienced art educator. The fact that this county wants to take away something that is so important to the entire world is absolutely disgusting. There is no other place like Young at Art where you can go and you can create artwork. And Young at Art is not just for children. If you've ever been there or been to an event as an adult, the adults have the most fun ever. I'm disgusted in Broward County to take away this cultural staple, not only for our state and our country, but also for the world. I urge you to consider that you work with Young at Art and figure out a way to make the lease work, because it is not their fault. Broward County has grossly missed.
And please only press #2 if your name is called. Ernesto Rodriguez, please press #2. Ernesto, your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Ernesto Rodriguez. I'm living here in Broward County for 8 years ago. So I just want to say something very important. I want the commissioner just listen to what I'm saying, even the governor. I was an ex-employee of one of their vendors, the Broward County vendors. That's the actual vendors. Is the cleaning company that served for more than 6 years to Broward County, to the courthouse, the government center, and the libraries. The actual vendor, I was their employee during 2 years here on site of YAA Museum, and they not doing their job. Actually, I'm not trying to say things is wrong. Actually, in November they're supposed to have a schedule every year. Something's called like air quality. That's something we was requesting here in the museum, to Broward County to give us registers of how many times that a procedure by contract supposed to that vendor being done. Since they have the contract, none of they don't give us proof of how many times was well done and inspected. So actually, the last year in November, they're supposed to start doing air quality here in the building, and I was an employee in that time for that vendor, and they don't do it right. They only send one person to do it. That's not supposed to be the way was by contract supposed to be done. And actually, YAA Museum just fight, to the Broward County on that vendor just to make it happen again. So they was able to redo it completely for free because they're not doing it in the right way. So that's one of the things. Like, it's probably that information is never going. Look like there's a filter between Broward County and the museum. So every time we get a complaint and we're being hurt by Broward County, and that filter is preventing the commissioner to know that information. So for sure, yeah, we have a debt right now with the Broward County. So for sure, the commissioner and the government are going to know that, and they want money, but they don't know how much we've been hurt, by the lack of maintenance, lack of information, and
thank you very much, caller.
Sure.
Thank you for your comments. And callers, remember, you have 2 minutes. The next caller, please.
Esther Schrago, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Esther Schrago. Ethan Seidenberg, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Ethan Seidenberg. Felicia Ostenza, please press pound 2. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hey, I'm sorry. It's I heard about Young at Art closing down, and honestly, I was a bit shocked. I have a lot of personal connections to it. I was formerly a volunteer, then a lead volunteer, and I guess I just was volunteering there, but like off the books because I just cared about it so much. This is the first time I'm having to deal with.
Hi, sir. Could you please state your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm Seb Telez. I'm registered, but you guys didn't call me, so And I have classes to tend to, so kind of a difficult situation. Anyway, this is my first time having to deal with local government, and this is so upsetting. You guys are cutting funding for an art museum that not only like caters to regular people, but also the underprivileged. Like, I didn't just volunteer there through like the museum. I helped with outreach, so I had to see these things, handle these situations firsthand. Like, it wasn't just in Davie. It was in Fort Lauderdale. It was in Miami. Like, there was a cohesion, a community. I don't understand why you guys would want to tear that apart for some factory. Like, this is just mind-baffling. I'm incredibly disappointed in you guys. I thought you guys could do better than this.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening.
Next caller. Please, callers, state your name. You must state your name when you're called on. Operator, go ahead.
Felicia Ostenza, please press pound 2. Felicia Ostenza. Gary Price, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Gary Price. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Gary Price. I've lived in Broward County all my life. I got married here and raised my family here. I have 3 boys in college, all of them in Florida. I firmly believe that socialization and education are paramount for our children. Young at Art has always been the place where I could take the boys and expose them to an environment that opened up their minds and showed them the kind of art and culture that is usually only found in big cities like New York. This will not exist anywhere in Broward County if Young at Art is gone. My kids started at Young at Art as toddlers. They have attended art classes, workshops, and after-school programs, had birthday art parties there. They continued through high school and then gave back by volunteering and sharing their knowledge and experiences with the next generation. This is a very common thread among kids at the museum. They start there as kids and they never leave until they have to go to college. Young at Art is so much more than a children's museum. It is a place where kids get exposed to the kind of things they can't get anywhere else. It's a community center, it's an outreach program, it's an art museum, it's a place where kids can learn how to be part of their community and take pride in that. I've been to children's museums from Miami to Montreal and everywhere in between. I've never seen or experienced anything like Young at Art. If I had 2 more hours, I still couldn't get through all the things that that museum has done for my kids and my family. Young at Art is a credit to our community and an internationally recognized center
Your
for art
conference is
and
ending
culture.
now. Please hang up.
1 second.
Hello?
Well, AT&T operator?
Hey, we're still live.
Okay.
Are we still on?
We're still live.
Hello?
Mr. Mayor, just verifying I can still be heard.
Yes.
You can still be heard.
Yeah, me too?
Yes, we can
Hello?
hear
Thank
you.
you.
We can hear both of you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
It's probably the caller. Operator?
Yes, we're still live.
Okay. Next caller, please.
Ethan Seidenberg, please press #2 on your telephone. Ethan Seidenberg. Yanela Garrido, please. Oh, here we go. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name, question, or comment.
Ethan Seidenberg.
Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Continue.
Yes. I've heard everybody talk about what the museum does for the children, which is all true, but I don't want to just keep saying the same thing over and over. I'm going to tell you, our little children, my grandchildren who are 4 and 5, have been going there since they're in diapers. We have a family membership every single year. And the only thing that they miss, everything's been taken away from them because of this pandemic. And they're really, all they do every day is ask, when can we go back to the museum? When can we go back to the museum? They've been going to the museum multiple times a week since they're babies. And I can't bear to see the look on their faces when their mommy has to tell them that the museum is not going to be here anymore. And you have to think about what it's going to do to all the children that just love the museum. Forget about even what they learn. They just love the museum so much. That's the only place they ever want to go all the time. And we really need to keep that museum. You have to think about their little hearts and how they feel, not just about this or that. We've been loyal goers for 4 or 5 years now, since my granddaughter was a little baby. And we do go every year. And really and truly, I can't bear to tell them that the museum will be gone. And I think you ought to think about it.
Thank you. Next
I'm done.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Yanela Garrido, please press #2 on your telephone. Yanela Garrido. Georgian Carlton, please press #2 on your telephone. Georgian Carlton. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and question.
Georgianne Carlton, Lakeland, Florida. I was the director of Exploration 5 Children's Museum here for 23 years. I live in Polk County, where our Children's Museum is recognized as essential to our citizens and tourism, and in fact is named the anchor institution for an upcoming 180-acre park project. I've known this Young at Art since the 90s. I visited it. It's an exceptional arts and cultural institution. It's served over 1 million children and families. And even more so, it's been a leader in our National Association of Children's Museums and the Florida Association of Museums. Now, 2020 has been a trying year for all businesses, but none more than for a nonprofit who puts all of their profits back into programs for your community. And I understand that Broward County's failed to maintain the building, forced the museum to close, which killed their ability to provide services, fundraise, and solicit donations, and evicted them, and is now withholding grant money that's been awarded for programs that they've already executed. So, Commissioners, this is a nationally acclaimed organization. It serves the youngest and most vulnerable of your population. Your citizens should be outraged. Please release their grant funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Gray Edgerton, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Gray Edgerton. Heimnoth Ragbeer, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Heimnoth Ragbeer. Hara Washholder, please press pound 2. Hara Washholder, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and then click comment.
My name is Hera, and I grew up at Young at Art. My brother brought me here on weekends when I was in elementary school many years ago. I never saw myself as artistic, but Young at Art awakened my creative mind from a young age. I signed up to volunteer when I was 13, going on 14, but it was the best summer of my life. Young at Art offered a new job at the age of 16 as a museum tour guide. For a total of 5 years, I was with this amazing organization. I learned to appreciate the arts in a new way. It gave me a voice and a healthy outlet to express myself. I am now a licensed mental health counselor, and I utilize many creative techniques that I learned from my time at Young at Art. In fact, several mental health organizations partner with Young at Art to assist youth at risk in our community. One of my favorite events is the Recycled Fashion Show, where teens learn not only the importance of recycling, but gain a sense of confidence and develop positive peer support, as well as community support. My heart would be shattered knowing our youth could have a future that doesn't include Young at Art. I personally want to be able to bring my own future children to this amazing place. We are in very dark times. Our youth and families need a healthy and positive environment to grow individually and as a family. Thank you for your time, Harrison.
Thank you. Next caller.
Indro Ragbeer, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Indro Ragbeer. Ingrid Schindel, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Ingrid Schindel. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello, my name is Ingrid Schindel. Thank you guys so much for hearing me tonight. I'm calling in support of the Young at Art Museum and the programming that they're doing, not only for the children. I think you guys have heard a lot of people talking about what Young at Art does for children and you know, young artists that go through their programming, but Young at Art has also been a fantastic resource for professional artists in Broward County and South Florida alike. They provide adequate funding for the projects that they put together, which a lot of other institutions that you come into contact with don't want to pay artists fairly. And one of the things that's been really fantastic about Young at Art, and every artist that I've spoken to who has worked with them has, you know, mirrored very similar feelings about it, is that they really do care and take care of artists in the area and allow artists to experiment and push past limitations that they might have in typical gallery spaces and encourage artists to try new mediums and things like that. And that's the thing that we don't get in any other institution in Broward and probably any other institution in Florida. So taking this away and canceling this lease is not only taking things away from children, which is, you know, very important, but it's also taking a huge resource away from Broward artists. And that is going to be a true tragedy, as well as, you know, kids not being able to see all of the amazing art that could have been created in the museum. So I support Young at Art fully, and I think that you guys should definitely consider not terminating the lease and not evicting Young at Art. And I appreciate you guys listening. I've been here for 7 years. I own a business here, and we've collaborated with Young at Art before, and Young at Art's been very supportive of projects that we've put forth that have brought joy to people all over Broward County, not just, you know, at the museum in Davie. So I hope that you
Thank you
guys
very much.
consider, and I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you for the call. Next, please.
Ivani Malagon, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Ivani Malagon? Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Of course. Good evening. My name is Ivy Malagon. I'm speaking on behalf of Daniel Embry. He's a director of national programs for the Alliance for Young Artists and Writers. Unfortunately, he's unable to make this call, but he's provided a statement he'd like for me to voice to you commissioners, and here it is. I speak in support of the Young at Art Museum on behalf of the Alliance for Young Artists and Writers, the nonprofit organization that administers the Scholastic Art and Writing Awards. The awards are the nation's longest-running, most prestigious educational initiative supporting student achievement in the visual and literacy arts. The program has an impressive legacy of being the first to acknowledge creative talent and providing teams with opportunities for recognition, exhibition, publication, and scholarships. The Young at Art is an affiliate partner of the Alliance and has proudly presented Scholastic Art and Writing Awards of Broward County since 2012. They do great work, bringing together leading artists and writers to review more than 2,000 entries from approximately 1,500 Broward County teams. Annually, YAA presents more than 100 teams with a gold key, or highest regional honors, and these works are then considered for national honors. Every year, there's an increasing number of students from Broward County who are celebrated in New York City for national achievement, all thanks to YAA. And without a local partner like the Young at Art Museum, students in Broward County would miss an important opportunity to be recognized locally for their remarkable art or writing. Essentially, this is the statement that he's provided, and I'd love to add my 2 cents in it and say that I completely agree with everything that Daniel is stating. It's really sad that such a great place that provides such beautiful resources for students to just grow and be creative is being basically shut down like this. Thank you. Thank you so much for hearing me out.
Thank you. Next call.
Jade Andrusna, please press pound 2.
Oh, my goodness!
Jade Andrusna, please press pound 2. Jamie Nix Ron, please press pound 2. Jamie Nix Ron. Your line has been unmuted. Please say your name and comment.
Jamie Nix Ron, do you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, County Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak to you this evening on my experience with Young at Art Museum. I've lived in Broward County for 20 years. First and foremost, I'm a mother of 2 successful daughters and now a grandmother of 3 rambunctious grandsons. My daughter and their families have chosen to settle here in Broward County. My initial encounter with Young at Art Museum was when our family first arrived in Florida. With 2 young children, we searched for cultural, educational, and fun activities before the school year began. I was excited to encounter Young at Art Museum in a shopping plaza in Davie. Throughout the years, we have visited Young at Art, watched it grow, and reaping the rewards of the many exhibitions and activities offered by this incredible museum. Now my grandchildren have had the pleasure of doing the same. Later, as an artist and a board member of the Arts Council of Greater Weston, I had the pleasure of working with the museum staff to coordinate partnerships. We worked with Young at Art outreach team for such events as the Student Artist Showcase, Celebrate the Arts Day, and the Weston World Fest. I've also witnessed many other incredible programs offered by Young at Art Museum. I've been amazed at young students' imagination and resourcefulness as they presented their concepts for the Recycled Fashion Show. I admire the museum's goal of teaching young artists business skills as demonstrated in their annual student art exhibition and sale. It was my honor to have served as a judge for the National Scholastic Art and Writing Awards, hosted locally by the museum. This tedious task would culminate in the most awe-inspiring exhibitions with unique student artwork. Young at Art is more than just a museum. It is a community-wide investment
in our children and the adults that accompany them. Young at Art Museum provides real learning experiences and is an institution of exploration where children lead the discovery process in a creative and educational atmosphere.
Thank you very much.
you.
Next.
Jeffrey Noble, please press pound 2. Jeffrey Noble. Jenna Ephraim, please press pound 2. Jenna Ephraim. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and your comment. You're sounding a little bit far away. Could you please move a little bit closer to your microphone? We cannot hear you.
Develop my fascination for various forms of art as a hobby and as a community activity. I would visit on many weekends to explore a new exhibit, learn about artists, or paint my very own masterpiece. Now, as a volunteer, I get to help other little kids find their own inner creativity. I would like to see Young at Art continue in our community because it's good for children and it's great for families, and it provides jobs too. I like being at the museum where I had the opportunity to be a good role model and give back to the place that gave me an appreciation for the arts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Jennifer Clay, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Jennifer Clay. Jeremy Schleicher, please press pound 2. Jeremy Schleicher, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Schleicher, and good evening. I am a former guest, camper, and employee of Young at Art Museum. I spent over 15 years with the museum as it served a vital community staple, not just for artistic purpose, but as a foothold that allowed working parents to send their children and teens to a safe educational environment, even on days, such as Broward County Public Schools teacher planning days, that other camps, especially in West Broward, were not available. As the years progressed, so did my involvement with the museum. In early 2010, I joined the organization as a volunteer, and then later was hired as the volunteer coordinator, and it is through that role that I experienced the diversity of Young at Art's community impact. The Young at Art Teen Leadership Program has, at any given time, over 1,000 active teen volunteers from across Broward County. For many of these teens, their volunteer position at the museum was their first work experience, and they utilized it both as a stepping stone to employment as well as their first exposure to civil engagement. During my time as volunteer coordinator, the majority of teens volunteered well over their high school graduation requirement of 40 hours, with many volunteers volunteering hundreds, even thousands of hours to the museum. We had Silver Knight Award winners base their projects off Young at Art, Ivy League scholarships awarded for service to the museum, and, as mentioned, countless instances of teens building their future professional and academic goals on the foundation Young at Art provided, many of whom I've heard speak here tonight. There is no doubt in my mind that the community impact of the museum, an impact that is due in part to the world-class facility at the museum's disposal, as well as its prime, well-needed location in West Broward, goes far beyond what even has been discussed today. As elected representatives of Broward County, you're morally obligated to support a facility that has a critical role in civic and cultural engagement within the community. Think back to the last time you had this many callers. There may be political issues at hand. Please find a way to make it work. Yes.
Next.
Thank you.
Jennifer Clay, please press pound 2. Jennifer Clay. Joan Mendoza, please press pound 2. Joan Mendoza. Joanne Jacobson, please press pound 2. Joanne Jacobson. Jordan Sharon, please press pound 2. Jordan Sharon. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
My name is Samantha White, and I'm 15 years old. Young at Art Museum has been a part of my life before I was even...
And please wait until your name is called. Jordan Sharon, please press pound 2. Jordan Sharon. Kai Millette, please press pound 2. Kai Millette. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Yes, we can hear you.
Well, hello. Good evening, all. My name is Kai Millette, and I am here to there. I am 16 years old, but my connection to the museum is deep. I remember going there far too many times, and I enjoy art more than I care to admit. And before I continue, I'd like to address Vice Mayor Geller for our improper handling of the process. I am a law student, I understand, and I usually respect all proper ways to do things. And I was not aware of any personal email when they were given to us. I do apologize, but I hope you do not take your annoyance out on us and our mistakes. But with the uprising of emails, correct or not, you should see that we as a community care too much. And if you would withhold the money that should have gone towards the museum and blame the subsequent problems on us, I find no fault in the museum. And I speak to the rest of the commission now. If you say you have already decided on this and you know how it will play out, what's the point of having it? If you decide not to listen, will you ignore the many who wish to say something meaningful? I've been watching. You do listen exhausted. But are you sick of hearing people stand up for what they love? If at least one of you have thought that, and some agree, I ask this. Who is more foolish, the fool or the fool who follows? And for me, every moment at the museum is a pleasure. The arts are valuable too to the young. At our ages, the developing peers, we need that creative spark. And I would not be lying that if you cut us down, the volunteer hours that myself and so many have been while doing what we like, we will lose it. And 2020 has been a veritable mess. We'd rather not lose anything else. Thank you.
Karen Sovin, please press pound 2. Karen Sovin. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello, I'm Karen Sovin, and I defer my time to Zachary Speckler. Thank you.
Zachary, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
My name is Zach Speckler, but I also have another 2 minutes, so I get the 4-minute time frame, correct?
No. You get 2 minutes. You can't defer your
My time was just deferred.
No, you cannot.
And I'm also on the...
I'm sorry, it doesn't work that
What's
way.
that?
Doesn't work that way, sir.
I have the rules. I'm a lawyer, and I read the rules, and it says that as long as there's up to 5 people, and 5 people at once, they can defer it to one person for
so
the aggregate of that time. So that time was just deferred to me, and I'm also
There's over
on the
100
line,
people,
so-
but our county attorney would speak to you.
2 minutes, Mayor.
No, what I'm saying is I want the 4 minutes deferred to me, like what the rules say.
Your time is
and
running,
I think
sir.
that's proper. Sir, I haven't. Okay, I'm going to speak for 4 minutes, and if you cut me off after the time is deferred, that's on you. Let me just say this: this meeting is horrible in the first place. It's unbelievable that we have so many people calling in, and no one is even getting to speak. You can just see what just happened right then and there. Time was deferred to me. I know the rules, and you all are manipulating the rules. It's unbelievable. Also, this meeting wasn't noticed properly. 12 days notice we should have had so everyone can come and speak. But nobody wants to hear the people speak. When I say nobody, I mean everyone wants to hear the people speak. The Broward County commissioners don't want to hear the people speak. The lawyers don't want to hear the people speak. It's unbelievable. Now, when it comes to the truth is it's ridiculous what's going on here. People, the Broward County commissioners have no clue even what the issues are at Young at Art. Do they even know that there was COVID transgressions here by the county vendor that they weren't even using? We know for a fact that they were not even using the cleaning products properly, not just here, but in all the buildings. That Triangle Service was not using the cleaning products properly. When we try to bring that up, we get shut down. It's unbelievable. We had no sign at the building when we opened in 2012. Can you imagine a Publix opening up with no sign on the side of the building? Unbelievable. People drive by and they say, "What is this building?" Nobody knows. We finally got it in 2020. Another thing interesting, somebody just told us, they leaked to us from Broward County, but I'm not going to say who, that this building is going to be used for offices for people that live out west. Now, that's pretty disgusting to me if that is true. I don't know if it's true because it was just leaked to me by somebody that works for Broward County. But yeah, that's what everybody's saying, is that it's for the higher-ups that live out west to have an office. I guess the future will determine, the truth. But if y'all want to know the truth about everything, I have so much evidence on what took place at this building. And, right now, we paid up our rent from up to February 29th, 2020. So all rent is paid. Anything post-COVID
Your time's up, sir.
The county's trying to add up to put this big number. Hello?
Your time's up.
Okay. Next.
It's unbelievable.
Catherine Fernandez, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Catherine Fernandez. Kirsten Bukowski, please press pound 2. Kirsten Bukowski. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, my name is Myra Hernandez, and I'm 14. I've been going to Young at Art.
Please go ahead. Kirsten, can you make sure your phone is not on mute? We're not able to hear you at the moment.
Hello, everyone.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Senator Rich, we can hear you.
Program, beginning of freshman year of high school, before becoming a lead volunteer this past January, up until the museum closed in March. Up until my freshman year in high school, I was always enrolled in summer camps and day camps. And out of all the camps I attended, Young at Art was really the only camp that I really came back to. As a camper at Young at Art, I remember going through all the interactive exhibits, and unlike a regular art museum, I could actually interact with the art instead of just see the art from a distance. As a volunteer before the pandemic hit, I was a lead volunteer and volunteered at the art fair that took place at the museum in early March. And one thing that really stuck with me was how many people were there. I mean, the amount of booths and people who were displaying all different types of art, it was just overwhelming. Now, this is the first time I'd been to this art fair, and seeing all these people come together and display their creativity through art is why I believe that Young at Art is essential for this county and for the people of this county, especially for people my age. A place where kids can go to express their creativity and not only see art, but experience art. A place where students whose schools have cut art out can go to display their creativity and come together with others who are as passionate as they are about art. And a place where everyone as a whole can come together to immerse themselves in art, not just by seeing art, but really experiencing art. Something that I believe is what makes Young at Art such a unique and essential place. That is why I believe Young at Art is a place that needs to stay, not only for this county, but for the people of this county and the counties that surround us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Christina Bonilla, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Christina Bonilla. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name.
This is Kiki Bukowski, Kirsten Bukowski. Art is a vital part that every child should have in their lives. This is not only creative, but therapeutic. To allow the mind to think wide beyond the norm gives children hope, adventure, and happiness. YA Children's Museum allows children to engage in not only seeing art, but creating art and immersing themselves in something different. For me, art quite literally saved my life. I was mute at the age of 5, terrified, and went to therapy where my therapist gave me crayons and paper. As soon as I started to color, I was able to open up and speak. From that point on, art was always entrenched within me. It took hard work and dedication all throughout middle school and high school, but I used my talent to go to one of the best art schools in the country and lead a successful career as a graphic designer and creative director of my own company. Art is just as important as math, science, and history. Art allows you to be creative and inventive in every day. I am grateful for Young at Art for the opportunities they provide to artists across the country and offering children ways of learning. Thank you so much. Kiki Bukowski.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Christina, your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, my name is Brett McCullough, and I was speaking up.
Christina Bonilla, please press #2 on your telephone. Christina Bonilla. Lauren Kim, please press #2 on your telephone. Lauren Kim. Luke Jenkins, please press #2 on your telephone. Luke Jenkins. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead. Say your name and comment.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Brett McCullough. I'm speaking on behalf of Young at Art. Am I live?
Yes, sir. Please wait your turn. I just unmuted your line. Please state your name and comment.
I need to charge my phone. If not, I'm going to lose all this.
Hi, we can hear you. Please state your name and comment. Caller, please state your name and comment. Manuel Aguilera, please press #2 on your telephone. Manuel Aguilera. Mary Berlin, please press #2. Mary Berlin. Your line has been unmuted. Please go ahead, state your name and comment.
Hi, good night, Mayor Holness, County Commissioners. My name is Marie Berlin, and I've worked with the museum for 13 years through the YAA Art Institute, which provides economic and leadership opportunities for youth through the annual Children's Festival of the Arts, Teen Comic Con, and Recycled Fashion Show, and community initiatives which provide art and social emotional support to at-risk children and families through our Art Reach program for children experiencing homelessness, Girls Empower at Pace, art programs at Sunland, Dillard, North Fork Elementary Schools, and Yaw on the Go, our mobile art bus bringing art to low-income communities. Yaw purposely chooses to collaborate with low-income communities throughout Broward County and Title I schools, knowing their budgets cannot support an art teacher, to provide art for free so that the students in these schools will have the same access as their wealthier peers nearby. I've seen children like Maribel who contemplated suicide find a reason for living, abused and neglected youth like Jason find a safe place amongst our staff and in our programs, children who felt lost and depressed like Stacy finding ways to express themselves and feel valued and seen, and parents such as Inez who felt hopeless to help their children, crying in gratitude. This was all because of Yaw's art programs. Yaw's partnership with Broward County has been successful in providing these and countless more testimonies of lives changed for the better. In the book of Leviticus, it talks of a jubilee year when families return home and rest like we've been forced to do in COVID pandemic. And there's a call to clear the debts of those withholding to you. I ask you will be gracious and merciful and find it in your heart to grant Young at Art debt waiver and jubilee and allow more children the opportunity to find safety and belonging through the far-reaching art programs Yaw brings to our Broward community. Thank you.
Meredith Nation, please press #2 on your telephone. Meredith Nation. Mimi Botscheller, please press #2. Mimi Botscheller. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello, I'm Mimi. When you Google Kids Art Museum Broward, Young Art comes first. Has 0.6 stars and 465 comments. That's the voice of, and that's the asset for the Broward County. There's a movement adding art in STEM education, science, technology, engineering, art, and math, STEAM. Art has potential. It's just an idea. If YAA Museum is such unique, diverse space based on a YAA facility and possibility, you may be able to step ahead, upgrade to integrate STEAM facility or bring a new business, create a job, provide a good education, economy, support family. That would be benefit to Brown County. To make a YAA as sustainable museum, you may need to someone to support financially who works and knows about art. It's very important for this community, and please support Young Art Museum.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mindy Schrago, please press pound 2. Mindy Schrago, please press pound 2. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hey, my name is Brett McCullough. I tried to talk a couple times. I was on a work call earlier. So I'm calling in regards to magic. My daughter once said to me recently, she goes, "Daddy, I still believe in magic." I told her, I do too. And that's the thing that I believe about Young at Art in general, because this is one of the few places that exists, not just in Florida, but in the world, that is just filled with magic. You walk down the halls and each place has a different color, a shape, a size, filled with culture, filled with just local artists that have exuded love onto the walls. It's interactive. There's 45,000 square feet of it. There's facilities in there that are and can be utilized for photography, for preschoolers. It can be an entire education system. If this place was turned into what may or may not be an office space, I can only imagine what the sounds that place used to have of laughter and kids running around and just filled with, I don't know, what would, I guess, just end up being a lot of gray and people talking and mumbling about procedures and happenstance, and kind of be sad to know that what was there, what you guys could potentially be erasing, is one of the few bits of magic in a pandemic that seems to be erasing that and a lot of other things of what not only your guys' children and grandchildren could potentially be indulging in, but a great many other things that funding is being pulled from as we start to see a lot of these things go. Local businesses are being affected, and now one of the most amazing places I've ever experienced in my life could potentially be gone, never to be seen again if this place exists or no longer exists. So I really do hope that you guys can find it in your hearts to still believe in magic the same way my daughter does. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is called before you press pound 2. Nancy CF, please press pound 2. Nancy CF. Again, if your name is not called, please wait until your name is called. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Mindy Schrago. I am the founder of Young at Art Museum, and I wanted to give you a little bit of information about how important the arts are. The arts are not only plays a critical role in a child's development, but impacts critical thinking skills and creativity throughout his or her life. It is this belief in the power of art which compelled me to establish Young at Art Museum in 1986. I was driven by the conviction that there had to be more programs, more availability, more opportunities for children of every age to immerse themselves in arts. In May of 2012, I opened a groundbreaking permanent 55,000 square foot facility, Young at Art, a holistic approach to artistic learning where exhibit galleries, art studios, and public library coalesce into a singular and enriching art-based learning experience. Young at Art Museum is a place where art has been woven into every hands-on experience and where artists have come together to provide inspiration for our children and ourselves. For me, perhaps more importantly, community programs are implemented outside the walls of the museum. Through art, we are impacting the lives of homeless children living in shelters, teen girls at risk for attending Pace Center for Girls, and low-income families through our Art Reach Art House in a northwest neighborhood in Broward County, one of the most impoverished communities in the nation. Now, Young at Art has served over 1.5 million visitors in this museum. This is a testament to my belief that it is important for art in our children's lives. It is embraced by parents, grandparents, caretakers, and educators. We all share the knowledge that art is a source of inspiration that will carry children forward throughout their lives.
Thank you. Next caller.
Nancy CF. Please press pound 2, Nancy CF. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Yes, hi. This is Manuel and Suheidi Aguilera, better known as Miss Sue and Mr. Manny. We've been working at Young at Art Museum forever. I've been working at Young at Art for 18 years. Mr. Manny has been working there for the past 8. And we've done everything. We've taught every class you could. Mr. Manny is a digital art teacher. I've taught everything under the sun, and I don't teach flying because I don't have wings. But with all the accomplishments I've done, the best thing I've ever heard from anyone is, Miss Sue, I can't believe I did it. Because regardless of what I'm teaching is confidence and problem solving and the ability to become a full-fledged, well-rounded human being. Now, I know the museum might be a lost cause, but Young at Art is not our walls. Young at Art is the people who go and the people who have a passion for it. So I want to take my time and let the commissioners know that what we're doing is impacting the community. If I needed to count how many impacts we've had, I'd need to use every single finger and toe in South Florida to count the impact that we've had on our community. And that would be per year, not just like forever. Imagine having to count every single finger and toe for 31 years. So our impact is far-reaching. Now, we don't have a building? Whatever. We'll keep going because, again, we're more than our 4 walls. What I do implore is for you to help us out. Release the grant money. Release the debt, that that Young at Art can continue to do what they do and continue to be who they are, unencumbered by this stuff. We can keep going because you know what? We're all amazing and we're all badasses and we can keep going with what we're doing and we can continue to impact our community. The residents of Broward County are resilient and reliant, and I know that they'll continue to get what they need from us.
Thank you, Sue. Next, please.
Nancy CF, please press pound 2, Nancy CF. Nicole Mermello, please press pound 2. Nicole Mermello. Line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Mermello, and I've been a supporter of Young at Art since 2000. I've donated time, money, and energy. During this crazy time, you shouldn't be asking what Young at Art can do for Broward in the form of money, but you should be asking what Broward can do for Young at Art during this global pandemic. This seems to me like a personal vendetta. You all decided before you heard the evidence. At the last meeting, I heard several commission members say they don't care what the constituents have to say. They've already made up their minds. You should all recuse yourselves. I was the Miami-Dade County State Attorney's Office prosecutor, and I left from the Public Corruptions Unit. You all, government
officials are held to a higher standard, and those who prejudge shouldn't be judging. You've handled this meeting in an absurd way. It's now 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., and you still have this much support. Imagine if you did it through the proper channels with the proper notice. Instead of noticing this meeting on Friday, one working day before the meeting. You didn't want to have a special hearing because, I quote, the mayor said he didn't want to have, or more people would sign up. You don't have the public interest at heart. You don't follow your own rules. And if you're going alphabetically, you've skipped at least 5 family members of mine. I want to know, what do you want this building for? Is it to house officials? Is it for an Amazon warehouse? How can you make an informed decision without this information? You don't have the public interest at heart. You're withholding grant money over technicality in the contract, which was substantially performed on, but you're saying that this maintenance money is owed as an absolute. I personally witnessed 50 landscapers with many, many bags of mulch on September 9th, the day before the September 10th meeting. Why are you making this building beautiful and spending taxpayers' money now, the day before a meeting, when you have it for so long? Without the proper notice, you chilled speech, you gave this enough, you're not following your own procedures, and you expect Young at Art
Thank you.
to pay money for maintenance and operation that was never.
Next person. County Attorney, please.
I just want to state for the record, I've heard a few times this allegation that our rules are not being followed because this item needed to be published 12 days in advance. That's just a misunderstanding of the rules. And since I've heard it repeated, I just wanted to make that clear for the record. This was distributed before the 3 p.m. deadline last Friday as a supplemental item. Additionally, all these folks knew from 2 weeks earlier that this item was being deferred until this week. So it's a little bit disingenuous. I won't take up further time. Thank you.
I would also, County Attorney and Deputy County Administrator, just before you spoke, I thought we need to do a fact sheet even after this is finished, so that the public has a better understanding as to the facts. They're getting one side of this and saying things that are absolutely not true at all. So please, I mean, and because we're public officials, we sit here and take the abuse. And name callings and everything else, because we sit in this seat as public officials. But the facts are totally different than what they understand it to be. Please, at the end of this, we have email addresses. Let's make sure we do a fact sheet telling them the whole history of what has occurred with this organization.
We're happy to put that together. In fact, we have some information already that we distributed as additional material. We'll expand upon that and work with the county attorney's office and provide that.
And thank you very much.
Mayor, would you mind just, I know that the other commissioners, and a number of them are...
yeah, let me double check to see that the rest of us are still on. We've been here since, I've been here since before 9.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
You're there, County Commissioner Rich and Commissioner Bogan,
I'm
or
here.
anyone else?
I'm here, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, I'm here.
Okay, so we have Commissioner Bogan, Commissioner Rich, and Vice Mayor Geller still on. There's 7 of us. We'll go on until we don't have a quorum. We still have one. Continue, operator. Next, please.
Otto Sirach, please press pound 2. Otto Sirach, please press pound 2. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello. Good evening. I am Otto von Schirach, a world-renowned artist here in Miami, and I've had the privilege to work with Young at Arts numerous times. They've made a lot of my art dreams come true. Not only that, I have a 4-year-old son who is, we've been to every museum in Broward. We've been to every museum in Miami. And he, during this COVID time, all he wants to do is go to Young at Arts. And you guys got something that he hasn't seen in Miami or in Broward County, and you want to take it away, and, you should think about that, because, that's rare. Miami's pretty on top of it, and you guys have something really special. Thank you, guys, for tonight. Bye.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Pamela Brown, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Pamela Brown. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
You still have to post everything absent exigent circumstances.
Please state your name, sir.
Ancillary item. Zach Speckler. I have another 2 minutes that was pushed to me. So you still have to post absent.
Pamela Brown, please press pound 2 on your telephone. Pamela Brown. Peter Exley, please press pound 2. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, Pamela Brown. I just want to say that this is about the art and the kids. That's what's important, not the money. Don't bend all the children of Broward County over a chair and take advantage of them. Do the right thing. Ginsburg just died, and to kill Young at Art would be a travesty on that level. Please do the right thing. Save Young at Art for the children and the arts.
Next caller.
Peter Exley, please press pound 2. Peter Exley. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, this is a statement on behalf of Peter and Sharon Exley. As architects, museum exhibit designers, and educators, we have been involved in the evolution of Young at Art Museum for 2 decades.
Please state your name.
Most recently, I'm later on the list, but this is a statement for Peter Exley. Most recently, we were responsible for the design and development of the exhibits that have served 1.5 million school children and family visitors since the new museum's opening in 2012.
Pilar Terrell, please press pound 2. Pilar Terrell. Purusha Patel, please press pound 2. Purusha Patel. Robert McFarlane, please press pound 2. Robert McFarlane. Ryan Pazienza, please press pound 2. Ryan Pazienza. Your line's been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hello, my name is Ryan Pazienza. Been a resident of Broward my whole life. Been involved with Young at Art since I was a kid on field trips. And, I heard you guys talking a lot over the last two meetings you've had. Probably a total of about 18 hours with you guys. I heard a lot of talk about children. On the September 10th meeting, it was all about the remembrance of children on the 9/11. There was childhood hunger awareness brought up, childhood wellness and cancer awareness. A lot of stuff about kids. Well, here's your opportunity to help in that alley once again. I had the pleasure of putting together 40 artists' work recently there. A majority probably never thought they could be in the museum, but it worked out really great. And you're taking away something that's really cool from the youngsters. So I implore you to take care of the matter. And obviously, it doesn't seem like it's going to work out with the building and everything and the relationship with you guys. So maybe come to the most amicable mediation between you guys. And F space, the pizza's ready.
Sam Lopez de Victoria, please press pound 2. Sam Lopez de Victoria, please press pound 2. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, my name is Samuel Lopez de Victoria. I am the co-founder of Interactive Initiative, an art-focused non-for-profit. I wanted to state that regardless of the choices that you are going to be making with this entire deal with the building, as well as the grant funds, it basically, from a non-for-profit perspective, sets a standard for other non-for-profits where the visual arts are not welcome. I think it also sets a standard for artists where they are also not welcomed or deterred from going to Broward as a place that's welcoming to artists, because Young at Art is such a grounded foundation for the visual arts in Broward. Taking that away really destroys, at least like not from your perspective potentially, but from the artists that are coming into Broward, their faith in support from their community, since the community is rooted with the county and their decisions. I would heavily think about more the ripple effects that will be happening with future generations, not only the children involved, but also the artists and funding that also comes with those artists that then allows your city to grow. Actions speak louder than words. So it's something that probably not so many people need to hear, but whatever your action is will speak louder than anything you say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Sam Price, please press #2 on your telephone. Sam Price. Samantha Smith, please press #2 on your telephone. Samantha Smith. Samantha Selzinger, please press #2. Samantha Selzinger. Sarah Restrepo, please press #2. Sarah Restrepo, please press #2. Sarah Curran, please press #2. Sarah Curran. Sarah Lynn Tuttle, please press #2. Sarah Lynn Tuttle. Sean Mimley, please press #2. Sean Mimley. Shamika Lyons, please press #2. Shamika Lyons. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Yes, hello. My name is Shamika Lyons. Can you all hear me?
We can hear you. You're a little bit far away.
Let me get a little closer. Basically, I wanted to make my comment very quick. I want to thank the mayor, commissioner, and everyone else. Basically, I wanted to just let everyone know that, God, I've been on the line since this morning, but listening to the issues at hand. But my family is a big supporter of the Young at Art Museum, and we just want to save the museum. My daughter is an artist. I have two of them. I'm sad that I haven't had a chance to take the younger one yet so that she can experience. My daughter, the older one, grew up, I think she may have been 5. She's 14 now, and she is an advocate. I mean, she is an artist. And so we just love the Young at Art Museum. We want to support them, and, you know, I'm kind of taken aback at the moment because I had all my thoughts together, but you guys called me. I'm sorry, I'm just so excited to be able to take my piece. But, again, just listening to everyone here tonight, I do think that it's important for us to cultivate art and support our children, you know, when they find an interest. And I just see so much potential in the Young at Art Museum growing up, watching my child thrive in that environment. And I just would, you know, really would appreciate for everyone to take the time to think about, like everyone keeps saying is true, think about the children. So I just, implore you all to let's support the art the same way that we support STEM. And thank you so much for your time. And I appreciate you all. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Sylvia Gill, please press pound 2. Sylvia Gill. Sofia Valiente, please press pound 2. Sofia Valiente. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Hi, my name is Sofia Valiente. I'm a Broward County resident. I'm an award-winning photographer here. And I would like to just give a statement about how incredible Young at Art has been over the years. And the people that run it are just the most amazing, loving, incredible individuals. And I wanted to say that a museum like this, a children's museum, is the foundation for curiosity. And that's something that, as an individual, that's very important for the development of us as adults, is to be curious about the world around us. And this is what Young at Art does for a lot of youngsters, for a lot of artists. They've given me multiple exhibition opportunities, and I owe a lot to them, and a lot of my success to them. So please think really well about what you're doing, and save Young at Art.
Thank you.
Sri Prabha, please press pound 2. Sri Prabha. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Okay. Hi, my name is Sri Prabha. Mayor Holness and commissioners, thanks for taking this time to hear me out for supporting Young at Art. I'm a full-time artist. I've shown all over the country. And, working with them has been really amazing in the past. And I know in this relationship, we're going to hear things that there's stuff going on between you two in this relationship. We're not going to hear the full story, but I urge you to be gentle to each other and nurture each other to find some kind of compromise and hopefully see some resolution to this so that you don't take culture and arts out of Broward County, because this truly is a very, very special space with the people and exhibits, and a lot of other people have already said how vibrant and amazing place this is. I really think you should think about not taking that away from Broward County. And also, if you take it out, it makes it barren, this area. And you also have to look at a lot of people moving in from New York and outside of Florida. They're going to come here. They're buying houses. They're buying more houses in Broward County than Miami right now. And they're going to be looking for cultural, creative things to do. And they're not going to find as many things like that for enrichment. So again, with all those things said, I hope that you guys can find some way to nurture everybody in this and find some kind of resolution. And thank you for my time. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Sue Welsh, please press pound 2. Sue Welsh. Susan Baldino, please press pound 2. Susan Baldino. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Yes, hi, I'm Susan Baldino. I teach museum study courses at Florida State University. I have been a member of the Florida Council on Arts and Culture and chair of the Florida Association of Museums Foundation. Young at Art's reputation and impact go deep into the neighborhoods of Broward County and far beyond its borders. Young at Art has been recognized and awarded statewide, regionally, and nationally. There is no better museum in Florida or the entire South for meaningful learning programs. Young at Art welcomes all, those with autism, Down syndrome, and a myriad of intellectual and physical challenges with customized programs that enable learning for all. There is no better museum in the world that has more innovative programs for low-income and homeless citizens. There is no finer accredited children's museum in the United States than Young at Art that stands as a sentinel among nationally accredited institutions. In the national story on September 18th, 27, Nita Ulaby of National Public Radio recognized Young at Art for opening its doors to children and families after Hurricane Irma. There is no better museum in Florida, the South, or the world that cares more for its community. With each and every one of my graduate museum studies classes, I hold up Young at Art as an exemplary museum. Today, museums are measured by how they make positive differences in people's lives. Young at Art is essential to those it serves. It is life-enhancing. It is spirit-sustaining. Please support its exemplary work for the people and communities of Broward and for the residents and visitors to Florida. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Susan Lepzig, please press pound 2. Tall Mayor, please press pound 2. Tall Mayor. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Yes, this is Tal Meyer, and I was reading Peter Exley's statement a minute ago, and I'd like to use my time to continue reading his statement. As architects, we note that the construction of the building and the fabrication of the exhibits alone created 528 local jobs in the Broward County economy, according to the Bureau of Labor. Young at Art and its peer institutions are economic engines that contribute over $50 billion to the U.S. economy every year. 76% of all leisure travelers participate in cultural or heritage activities, such as visiting museums. These travelers spend 60% more money on average than other leisure travelers. The economic activity of museums generates more than $12 billion in tax revenue, 1/3 of it going to state and local governments. Each job created by the museum sector results in $16,495 in additional tax revenue. According to the American Alliance of Museums, every direct job at a museum supports an additional job in the local economy. Nonprofit cultural organizations like Young at Art return more than $5 in tax revenues for every $1 they receive in funding from all levels of government. In short, Young at Art is good business for Broward County and its citizens. Culturally and educationally, Young at Art's impact on the arts and communities in South Florida is well documented and without peer. This impact ripples broadly, and its facilities and practices have been documented by New York's Museum of Modern Art in the Century of the Child exhibit in 2012, recognized by awards for architecture and design by the American Institute of Architects, the American Society of Interior Designers, the American Alliance of Museums, CodaWorks, and others. Young at Art continues to be featured in lectures we have given at Harvard University, the Nelson Atkins Museum, and at dozens of universities and cultural organizations. The Brookings Institute and the Journal of Civil Society both note that personal participation in the arts are linked to higher levels of civic engagement, higher levels of social tolerance, and contribute to the health of civil society. Broward County is home to an epicenter of such personal participation at Young at Art Museum. It is critical to continue support on behalf of all its citizens. That statement is from Professor Peter Exley, FAIA, and Sharon Exley, MAAE, co-founders of Architecture is Fun.
Next.
Tara McLeod, please press pound 2. Tara McLeod. Tara Vos, please press pound 2. Tara Vos. Taylor Cohen, please press pound 2. Taylor Cohen. Teresa Luzardo, please press pound 2. Teresa Luzardo. Tina Laporta, please press pound 2. Tina Laporta. Victoria Nunez, please press pound 2. Victoria Nunez. Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
This is Victoria Ranger Nunez speaking. Good evening. Mr. Mayor, County Commissioners, thank you for your service to Broward County. As a citizen in a local business, a volunteer, nonprofit manager, which serves thousands of at-risk students, a partner who hires and works with Young at Art to teach our students, and I'm a lover of the arts in Broward County. I was also on the City of Fort Lauderdale's team that helped Fort Lauderdale win the All-America City Award they had worked and attempted to win for over 40 years to accomplish. Young at Art was a very important part of the story we presented on a national stage. I respectfully urge you to postpone and reconsider the county's motion to approve and execute the separation and mutual release with the Young at Art Museum. The timing for all of this to happen is all wrong. I support Mindy Shrega, Mr. DiPietro, the Young at Art Museum's wishes. I echo many of the sentiments expressed this evening regarding the cultural value and positive impact the Young at Art Museum has given to Broward County for over the past 31 years. This evening, you have only heard a handful of our community. Please hear us now. The Young at Art Museum and Broward County's artistic partnership undoubtedly together has been a success to the recipients and the community. The economic value of that investment into our youth has been unmeasurable. You both should be proud of the accomplishments. This conversation tonight is a tragic story that will go into books of Broward County. Please don't let this story be written. It's not too late. I understand that agenda item number 55 is not about the cultural impact of this partnership. It's about the dollars and cents of the contract protecting the county's financial investment. It appears prior to this meeting as if there was not enough time given to resolve the financial. My nerves are at end.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
I've heard you.
We've been at this for more than 10 years trying to work with this since I've been here. Next caller, please.
Your line has been unmuted. Please state your name and comment.
Tina Laporta.
Please go ahead.
Yes, okay. I'm an artist, and I moved to Broward County in 2008 from New York City, where I lived and worked and was educated for 20 years. One of the first museums I came across when I moved down here was Young at Art, and I was incredibly impressed with the facility, the artwork, and their programming, as well as the staff. I had not seen anything like that for children. I was fortunate enough as a child to be exposed to the arts, which is probably why I'm engaged in the arts as an adult, as well as in activism. And I just don't see what Broward County can replace Young at Art with. I think it's a huge mistake to let it go. And if I were to advise the county, my advice would be to do anything in your power that you can to keep Young at Art Museum where it is.
Thank you. Operator, we're going to need to take a break. Our captioner who takes our notes is in need of a break. She's been at it since 5 o'clock. That's 3.5 hours. We will take a break and come back. It seems as if we have a number still on. For all the people who signed up from where we are now, it's about 30. Okay, so we'll take a break. We'll give the captioner a 15-minute break. We'll be back at 8:47.